Tribune.
Girder.
I have no idea to this day what that lady was singing about. The truth is, I don't want to know. I tell you, that voice saw it. It was like some kind of pink dinosaur walked into a drab little cage and used its powerful tail to knock those walls away. And for the briefest of moments, every last man at Shawshank was a pink little dinosaur too.
Hello. The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Let's see, does that help? Sorry about that. Restart the audio interface. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Sorry about that. Thank you, Icy Twist, for the raid, and Amazonian for the raid. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Like I said, we're starting the stream off right. Thank you for that. For anybody who might be new, which is quite a few of you right now, I think. Welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
Dinosaurs lived a long time ago. They were terrible lizards, don't you know?
What happened to our alerts here? Alerts are acting weird. Anyway, as a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. Most paleontologists do not work on dinosaurs, and I want to make that very clear from the start. I think there's kind of a stereotype, the archetype that paleontology equals dinosaurs. That is not true. Paleontology is the study of fossils in general, but I happen to work on dinosaurs in particular. Oh, wrong button, sorry. I happen to work on dinosaurs in particular. And, yeah, dinosaurs are what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I discuss at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers. I hope you'll join me next month. 1 month from now, we're going to be out in Wyoming digging up dinosaurs, at least 2 new species we've got, which we're very excited about. And we'll probably find some more during the summer, too. It's going to be 1 straight month of fieldwork. A solid 30-day block. And I hope to stream every single day from the Badlands of Wyoming, showing you what it's like to dig up fossils, what it's like to do paleontology in the field. So, yeah, pretty excited about that. So stick around. And Amazonian says field streams. Yes, indeed. We've been doing this for 3 or 4 years now, actually. Streaming from the field. I'll give you a little taste right here. There we go. Let's find a fieldwork stream in our VODs. I'm going to go back a little ways until last summer. Halloween. September. Here we go. There's July. Let's go back to Wyoming. There we are. This is last June out there in Wyoming. Right. Not so windy today. Hopefully not. Cross your fingers. Western Wyoming. Out here in the middle of nowhere. Kind of near the town of Green River, Wyoming. Oh, and late Cretaceous almond formation. Yeah. I'm back at the Ceratopsian site today. My partner and I put them on when we were Minecrafting. I appreciate that, Amazonian. I really do. Thank you. And thank you for the raid. I hope you had an excellent stream. It's great to have you here. The timing was kind of odd in the sense that we're, yeah, it's just as I was starting, but I'm glad you raided in. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here. Very good chance that this is going to be a new species or even a new genus. And we just did some overburden this morning, moved away a bunch of that rock, and we're finding new bones already. So it's a good day. It's a good day. Let's get into the actual digging. Here for it. For anybody who's here for the very first time, let me introduce myself. I may have been just walking around for much of this stream. I think we got a bunch of questions. On Twitch or on YouTube. I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. I already told you this. But yeah. In a little bit. And let me know if you've got any questions. It's wonderful to have you here. Yeah, let's talk a bit about this animal. And I've actually been
So this
trying
is
to
a
work on some
horned
illustrations
dinosaur.
of this critter.
What we call a ceratopsian. And ceratopsians
Oh, mini pie.
are, here's a skeletal diagram of a ceratopsian. Of,
Pentaceratops there.
this is Pentaceratops.
Huge head
right here.
on that animal.
So
Just
that's what we're
incredibly
digging
big.
up there. And so far we've got parts of the skull. We've got parts of the squamosal, which is this big bone right here.
Anyway, this next year, we're going to be knocking down more of this hill, doing a lot more of what we call overburden, which is clearing away the overlying rock above the bone layer, so that we can get to more bone layer as it continues into the hill. So far, the bits of the ceratopsia that we've dug up so far are pretty well disarticulated. The parts are separate; they're kind of scattered. We're hopefully gonna find some more skull bones, so we can publish on this animal and have as much of it as possible, as many pieces, because that'll help us understand it better. The more pieces we get, the more complete a picture we can draw of what that animal would have looked like in life. Yeah. Wizard Rule says you're gonna miss the landlord cats when you're on vacation. Absolutely, and they're gonna miss me too. Yeah. This next week I will not be streaming, but to help make up for that, we're gonna do a special stream tomorrow, I think. There we go. Yeah. Welcome to the month of May, everybody. Today is the 1st. We're gonna be doing Thursday BIRDSday today, given that it is Thursday. We're gonna be talking about some fossil news and doing whatever Q&A might come up too. If anybody here happens to have any questions about dinosaurs, about fossils, about the history of life on Earth, don't hesitate with those questions. Then tomorrow, I'm thinking we'll do, well, it used to be a regular feature on these streams years ago. Some, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? It's going to be a lot of fun. A trivia game. I think you'll really enjoy it, Chad. We'll be talking about some of the things that we've learned over the past couple weeks, past month maybe. So if you've been here and you've been paying attention, or if you just know a thing or two about natural history, with an emphasis on the Mesozoic, on the age of dinosaurs, then you might do pretty well in that game. So, yeah. Anywho, Nightfall the Red says, how deep usually is the bone layer in the ground? So it's usually not deep. That's the thing, is that when we're going out and finding fossils, we usually find them on the surface. Here, I'll show you a clip to help explain this.
The land once covered by an inland sea is now the high and dry western United States.
Yep.
It is a good place to hunt for dinosaur bones. 20 years have passed since Robert Bacher speculated Colorado just might have enough dinosaur fossils to keep him busy.
Fell madly in love with the state because there are more dinosaurs per acre and more dinosaurs per person in Colorado and Wyoming and anywhere else. You can't get fossil bones unless you cover the skeletons. Otherwise, the bones would just rot.
Utah.
Well, on average, Colorado has been a low tropical landscape with lots of sediment being deposited. So if you're a dinosaur and you died, you had a pretty good chance of being covered up. That's number one.
Dinosaur bones are not really bones anymore. They have undergone the process of
Very cool,
petrification
chaotic.
that has hardened
Did you
them
post
to
that
rock.
bird to Thursday BIRDSday?
A dead dinosaur might be covered by
There we
layers
go.
of silt and clay. The bones became compressed and replaced by seeping mineralized groundwater.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock.
Here we go.
A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
So Mayor of Space makes a really good point here. There certainly are bones that are deep in the ground, but we don't look for those because that would mean digging random holes. Exactly. If you were to go out and, just dig in random spots, you could dig forever and you'd never find anything. What we do is we walk along in areas with the right kinds of rocks from the right age that are exposed on the surface, and we look for bits that are sticking out, that are a clue that there might be more just under the surface there. This is called prospecting, and it's the way that we find fossils in the first place.
Water.
You can't find a dinosaur that's totally covered by rock. A little bit of it's got to be eroded out so you can see it.
Occasionally, these burial places were uplifted and the process of erosion would take over. The bones would eventually become exposed. Wherever people come across these exposed remains, they become curious. Ruth Mason grew up on land homesteaded by her parents just outside Faith, South Dakota. Now called Grandma by just about everyone, Ruth spent many childhood hours wandering the ranch. She was probably looking for some quiet moments away from a cabin crowded with 8 brothers and sisters.
Jeez.
On her journeys, she picked up rocks.
Oh, yes. Yeah, I picked up rocks and bones and what have you. I wasn't too old when here on the riverbank, this riverbank, is where the biggest piece of bone that I seen was sticking out of that bank. Oh, it's over 50 years ago. So I just wondered what this big bone was from. It was a great big one.
We found a big tyrannosaurus.
I didn't know what dinosaurs was all about until these boys come.
Anywho, I hope that answers your question, Nightfall Red. Now the guys hugging you are probably grandpas. Yeah, I think some of them have actually passed away since then. That was Pete Larson, and I'm not sure who the other guy was. Could have been Neil Larson. Anywho, yeah. Halle Berry, I hope you're doing well. It's good to see you. Welcome everybody. Goodness, we got to pay my landlord here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. All right. Let's make sure Mini Pie gets paid here. There we go. What do you think of that, Minnie? Good stuff? Yeah, crunch them up. Yeah. Think she approves his community time. Oh, by the way, community time, I'm glad you're here. I got something at the P.O. Box today from you. We'll open that up in a minute. After we're done paying rent here. Good stuff. And Starma says, is there any explanation why there are no ornithischian predators? That's a good question. Ooh. You know who we can ask about that?
This is it. This is the horizon, which marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
We can ask Dyson Dinosaur.
Below this level, and out in here, there are dinosaur fossils. Above this level, on these rocks, there are no dinosaur fossils. So I'm actually standing on the level that marks the extinction of the dinosaurs.
Yes, indeed. Dyson Dinosaur, welcome to Paleontologizing. How was your stream? That is dinosaur paleontologist Filippo Bertoso there, who's a paleontologist from Italy. He's working in Belgium now, I think, at the moment, but he also streams here on Twitch. You should give him a follow. On Saturdays or Sundays, he does English language streams about paleontology. Give him a follow if you're not yet doing so. How are you doing, Dyson Dinosaur? Optimal timing, yes. We got a good question from Starma 006. Why are there no carnivorous ornithischian dinosaurs? And it's a good question. So there's two major groups of dinosaurs, the way that they're usually classified anyway. Saurischians and ornithischians. So, let's see. That'll work, I guess. So, we've got... If you think of, here. Dinosaur. Phylogeny. Think of like a family tree of dinosaurs here. These are all ornithischians. That'll work. Yeah. you've got meat-eating dinosaurs, plant-eating dinosaurs, two-legged and four-legged dinosaurs, dinosaurs with short necks, dinosaurs with long necks, etc., etc. Dinosaurs are pretty diverse in terms of their morphology, their body shapes, their ecologies. At the base of the dinosaur family tree, so very, very early on in dinosaur evolution, you have a major split that takes place between the Saurischians and the Ornithischians. Those names mean lizard-hipped and bird-hipped dinosaurs. It's pretty ironic because birds actually are a kind of dinosaur, but they did not evolve from the bird-hipped dinosaurs. They evolved from the lizard-hipped dinosaurs. It's a whole story. I'm not going to get into it right now. But all of the Ornithischian dinosaurs, as far as we know, were plant eaters. Whereas many of the Saurischians, basically most of the theropod dinosaurs...
But the paleontologist field isn't narrow to what we understand. On the contrary, we stretch our understanding to try and take in the universe.
Did you accidentally unfollow and refollow? Welcome back. Yeah. So anywho, the question is, you've got meat eaters and plant eaters in Saurischia. Why do all of the Ornithischians seem to be plant eaters? Yeah. There's a few reasons for this, but Filippo has given us an answer here. He actually works on the Ornithischian dinosaurs. This is kind of his specialty in a way. He says the carnivorous niche was already occupied by many other animals, yeah. And to evolve into a carnivorous feeding habits and digestive system, and all the other things, teeth and claws to behaviors, it's too much of a giant evolutionary leap. Too much energy for that, too many steps, so quite unlikely. However, I do expect to find very basal Ornithischians, similar to Heterodontosaurids, that could have evolved carnivory. Yes! In Dyson Dinosaur, there was a new kind of Heterodontosaur from Petrified Forest National Park, from the Chinle Formation. Late Triassic of North America. This is presented at SVP this past year. They think it's probably omnivorous or maybe primarily insectivorous. So Heterodontosaurs are these little guys. These little two-legged, that Hypsilophodon's not a Heterodontosaur. What is that? There's a very feathery one there. Famous Dorling Kindersley image of a Heterodontosaurus grooming itself. But yeah, these guys, they may have been omnivorous. These are very early Ornithischian dinosaurs. And so they may have eaten plants and meat. But it seems like the Ornithischians get more and more vegetarian as the, as the millennia go on, as they continue to evolve for tens of millions of years. So yeah, didn't know that. Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur. It's exciting. New Heterodontosaur. It's got a big honkin' head for how small it is. It reminds me kind of Tiana Yulong. Or Frutodons, maybe? Yeah, it's got a crazy big head for how small the animal is. It's pretty nuts. And Willie Benedetto. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Crimson Carnotaurus says, I wonder if, like horses, cows, etc., the Ornithischians, like hadrosaurs and ceratopsians, occasionally picked up baby birds on the ground? Maybe. Or other baby dinosaurs or something? Certainly possible. Yeah. And aren't they close to pachycephalosaurs and ceratopsians? This is still kind of disputed. Yeah, so it could be that the Heterodontosaurs are... They're kind of basal to Theropoda. So basal to where ornithopods, pachycephalosaurs, and ceratopsians split off. Or it could be that they're closer to the origin of Arginocephalia, the pachys and the ceratopsians. We don't really know. We're still kind of figuring that out. Much of the base of the dinosaur family tree, the early relationships as Dinosauria is blossoming and new species, new whole groups are evolving, a lot of those details early on are still pretty opaque. It's hard to say exactly what's going on. We don't have good enough fossils. I think a big part of that, too, might be, like, the Middle Jurassic, when you've got this great blossoming going on. There's not a lot of good mid-Jurassic fossils anywhere in the world. Of dinosaurs, at least. So it's tricky. Yeah. And if it had a big head, did it have a big brain? Asks Ms. Art Rules. I don't know. It probably didn't have an outsize brain. Like, dinosaurs in general don't tend to have super large brains in the same way that birds tend not to. Even though many birds are very, very clever. They don't tend to have huge spaces in their skulls for brains. With a few exceptions. That's my understanding anyway. I don't work on birds. But yeah. And Starmus says, but in hundreds of millions of years, there's not a single carnivorous ornithischian. Not even on recluse areas of Earth like the Isles of Europe. Well, that's the thing, Starma, is that... Yeah. And isn't it easier to digest meat than plants? It is easier, yes, Starma, but... Part of it is that... If there were any ornithischians that did eat meat, even like half the time or something, we might not be able to recognize that in the fossil record. So here's a now classic image by Mark Witt of a Styracosaurus, an ornithischian, ceratopsid, eating a dead tyrannosaur. Chowing down on that carcass. This could have happened. Ceratopsians, they certainly have the kind of apparatus in their mouths to break up a carcass. But how do you test that? You know? Whether or not they actually did this. I'm sure it's possible. And lots of plant-eating animals today, they'll occasionally eat meat just because if it's lying around, if they have the opportunity, they'll do it. When you need protein, says Disco Fountain. Exactly. Yeah. So I do wonder about this sort of thing. You know? We don't have a super good idea of what specifically different groups of dinosaurs were eating. Our understanding of this sort of thing is still pretty basic in a lot of ways. It's like, well, tyrannosaurs clearly are eating meat, and we know that from multiple lines of evidence. We know that sauropods and stegosaurs and ceratopsids are eating plants, but what kinds of plants? And did they ever incorporate other things into their diet too? The direct evidence that we have for this often comes from coprolites. There we go.
Karen Chin, and I study ancient ecosystems. And to do that, I often look at fossilized feces.
Technically known as a coprolite.
So skeletal fossils, they don't always tell you too much about the behavior of animals. Whereas if you look at fossil feces, they are a byproduct of feeding activity of an animal. But in addition to diet, they can also tell you about what organisms might have been living along with the animal that defecated. Yep. And coprolites can also tell you about the conditions under which they were preserved. As such, they give us a totally different perspective on an ancient environment than we get from the bones.
Sadly, these fecal fortunes are far more rare than skeletal bones.
Anywho, let's jump forward to coprolites that are thought to be from an herbivorous dinosaur that yielded some surprises.
These coprolites. And one thing that they revealed early on was the presence of very distinctive burrows that indicate the activity of dung beetles.
Yeah, that's
as well as the occasional snail shell. More importantly,
they were filled with tiny pieces of conifer wood.
Dr. Chin mulled over those wood fibers until she realized that the dinosaur that ate them wasn't just munching on a pine tree.
The wood had actually been rotted before the dinosaurs ingested it.
So some of you already know the answer to this, but why in the world would you eat a bunch of rotting wood? What's going on there? What would compel an animal to eat rotten wood? You have a low fiber diet, need to fix it. Well, these animals have a very high fiber diet. They're mostly eating plants all day. Fiber is most of their diet. So it's not quite that, Murph, but good guess. Well, let's see.
We don't have modern mega herbivores like elephants making a practice of feeding on rotting wood, so that was a real surprise.
But Dr. Chin had a hunch that maybe these duck-billed dinosaurs had been snacking on something else entirely.
Invertebrates frequent rotting wood.
Bugs. These dinosaurs may have been trying to eat the buggos inside. Yeah.
So if those dinosaurs needed a good source of protein, they go to a rotten log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
And notice how she says invertebrates. She doesn't say insects, because it's not just insects that you're going to find in here. You're going to find also, and we're being a little bit technical, but you're also going to find myriapods, which are things like millipedes and centipedes, which are also full of protein. And then also, you'll find isopods, like pill bugs. These guys love to feed on rotting vegetation. You'll often find them in rotting logs and stuff like that. They're also not insects. So if she had said insects, that would have been not misleading, but just like incomplete and not ideal. Karen Chin here is speaking like, you know, like a true scientist, as she is. She's using very kind of scientific language here. She could have said bugs, but she didn't say insects. Bugs can be very inclusive. Invertebrates is even more inclusive. Covering all the bases there.
Log, and that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
Her hypothesis
was
backed up when colleagues at the Denver Museum of Natural History and Science made their own fecal find.
They found coprolites in the Kaparowitz Formation, which is the same age as a tree medicine. They also have rotted wood inside. They also have evidence of dung beetles inside. But in addition, they have actually pieces of broken up crustaceans.
And so those crustaceans, when you hear crustacean, you probably think like a crab or a lobster, or even a shrimp, but no, it's probably isopods, I would guess. Probably like wood lice, pill bugs, sow bugs, roly-polies, whatever you want to call them. There's a zillion different regional names for this critter. What do you call them? Chat, we've got people from around the world here watching right now. What is your name for this animal? Community Time says roly-poly. Yeah, that's what I grew up calling them. That's what people call them here in coastal California, kids at least. But wood lice, there you go. Devious, yeah. Woodlouse is probably the most correct of all of the common names, apart from isopod. Land trilobite, says Alexander Morrison. Wibblers, thank you for the follow. Hello. How are you doing? But people call these, man, there's so many different names for them. Yeah. Common names. People call them armadillo bugs. In Newfoundland, they call them boat builders. In Australia, they call them butcher boys or butchie boys. Cheese logs in Reading in England. Cheesy bubs in Guildford. Cheesy bug in Kent. A cheeky pig, they call them in Devon in England. It's nuts how many regional terms there are for these critters. Oh yeah. Yeah. And Devious says, I was informed that if you're allergic to shellfish, you can eat isopods. I don't know why you'd want to, but unless you really need to get a bunch of protein in order to lay your eggs, which I suspect is probably what's happening with these critters.
And that's a great way to find proteinaceous invertebrates.
So the stuff from the Two Medicine Formation, I think those coprolites are from in or near Egg Mountain in Montana, which is this huge nesting colony of Maiasaura. Yeah, these duck-billed dinosaurs would go there to lay their eggs. And anytime you've got critters getting ready to have babies, that's a big investment, you know? All of these calories, all of these nutrients that they're ingesting that would normally go toward helping build and maintain their own bodies instead have to go toward the next generation. Forming these eggs and the embryos inside. And so all the mama Maiasaura are going to have to get a lot more protein if they want to give their offspring their best shot at survival. And so rooting around and eating invertebrates out of rotting logs is a great way to do that. So that's probably what they were up to, I'm guessing. So anyhow, yeah. I love showing this video because Karen Chin is
So if
very passionate about what she does. Yeah, and I got a chance to meet her for the first time this past year at SVP, at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. And did I take a picture with her? I don't know if I did. She was very shy. There we go. There's me and Karen Chin. One of the most humble people I've ever met. She is the queen of coprolithology, studying fossil dung. She is the person to talk to. She doesn't act like it. Appreciate her. Karen Chin's great. Anyhow. And Starma says, it still strikes me as bizarre that there are no hyper-carnivorous ornithischians. Can the dominance of Seritia in the predator niche be enough to explain the lack of ornithischian predators? Probably, Starma, yeah. Well, there's another thing that characterizes ornithischians, and it's that predentary bone. So ornithischians, I often call them beaky plant-eating dinosaurs, because they pretty much all have beaks. There's this, here's the Heterodontosaurus skull. Highlighted there in green is the predentary. So, every single ornithischian dinosaur has got this bone. So there's the lower jawbone, the dentary right here, and then they have a predentary. All ornithischian dinosaurs have this, and only ornithischian dinosaurs have this. So this is to support a keratinous beak at the front of the mouth. And while having a beak doesn't necessarily mean that you're herbivorous, certainly not the case with birds. There's a lot of predatory birds. In dinosaurs, having a beak does tend to be correlated with herbivory, or at least omnivory. In non-avian dinosaurs, I should hasten to add. So yeah. Anyhow. And a little off topic, but that red bone, the supraoccipital, yeah. Previously known as the palebral. I still hear it called the palebral. Is that an old... Is that out of date now? Huh. But it's super interesting and too often overlooked. So, Filippo, does that mean you're working on the palebral? On the supraoccipital? It is pretty interesting. Yeah, it's bone in the eye socket here. Anyhow. And Jedi Mega Man says, are there any paleontologists that do act very unhumble? Oh yeah. Yeah, for sure. I'm not gonna name any names, but there are definitely some big names in the field are people who do act very haughty, I'll say. It's just like a personality flaw. You know, scientists are human beings, including paleontologists. Especially paleontologists. So yeah, that's definitely a thing. And Dyson Dinosaur says Palebral is not used anymore for super orbital rather. Because Palebral is for crocodiles and it's not homologous. That makes a lot of sense, Dyson Dinosaur. Okay. So it's not actually the same bone, even if it looks similar. Nesbitt et al. 2012 proposed to keep supraorbital instead of palebral. That makes sense, Dyson Dinosaur. Yeah. And Carnotaurus says the sharp teeth in front and chewing in the back low-key look like what a baboon has. Yeah, and so as a result, these guys are often reconstructed as being kind of baboon-like. So yeah, baboons do have chewing teeth in the back and then these big canines in the front. They use those for fighting or for defense, stuff like that, but they're mostly herbivores. Like, as I understand it, baboons primarily eat plants, even if they do eat other things too on occasion. And so, heterodontosaurids, they're sometimes portrayed as being almost kind of baboon-like. You often see paleo artists kind of take cues from baboons to reconstruct heterodontosaurs. But it's almost like a birdie kind of a baboon. We also have evidence that these guys would have been feathered, too. There's Lycorhinus there, looking almost kind of baboon-like. Yeah. Yeah, they're neat little critters. Heterodontosaurs, they certainly are. Hello, sweetie pie. How are you doing? Hi. What's shaking with you? Huh? And Jim Kirkland is going to be at Permian Fest in June in Texas. Yeah, that's true, Disco Fountain. We were talking about that on the phone the other day, me and Jim. He's excited about it. Yeah, he's looking forward to catching up with some old friends and colleagues. That's gonna be neat. Yeah. Oh, hello. Hello, sweetie boy. You having a good day? Yeah? There we go. Alright, let's get you some treats, shall we? Let's make sure you get paid here. Oh, we're approaching the 700 mark for cat sightings on this screen. There you go, sweetie pie. Look close. Wow, wow, wow. Dr. Levels. Oh, Kenneth Branagh. He narrated Walking with Dinosaurs in 1999. Interesting. Wild Wild West. Oh, is he the villain from that movie? Oh boy. I do not have that on the list. I guess we can add it. Sweetie pie, you left a treat here. Hey. Guess she ate her fill. All right. Fair enough. I guess we'll add that to our list. why, but it takes forever to find that particular note. I search for celebrities in my notes app, and there we go. Kenneth Branagh's character from Wild West. I also, no joke, once had somebody tell me that they thought I looked like Will Smith from Wild West, which is interesting. But that wasn't on chat, that was in person. Maybe it was my hat? I don't know. But I'll take that as a compliment. Absolutely. It's a peculiar movie. I haven't seen it since I was a kid. Anyway. We're going to get into some of our St. George news in just a minute here, but first, well, let's do that first. And then we'll open up some stuff from the P.O. box. I finally had a chance to go to the post office this morning. I walk by the post office every single day, but it's almost always before the post office is open or after it's closed, which is frustrating. So, like, when I'm actually there during opening hours, it's, yeah. I finally made it today. We'll do that in a few minutes, but first, let's take a look at some news from St. George. For those of you who are maybe fairly new around here, and I know there are some new people here in the chat, let's talk about what's been going on in St. George. What the big deal is there. Where is that video from that Claire edited together? Here it is.
It's going to be a bit noisy today. Look what's going on behind me. We've got the heavy equipment here. Welcome everybody to St. George, Utah. We're across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum. Here we are at this emergency fossil excavation. I'm glad you're here. The whole point of these broadcasts is not just to show you how fossil excavation works, but also to drum up support for the project right here, right now, because this is urgent.
I hear Dr. Hubs. Nice.
Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it's your very first time, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and I'm here in Utah. Drove the 11 or 12 hours to get here from the Bay Area to show you this and to help out however I can. We're in the Moanavi right now. Pretty special place. This is the very beginning of the Jurassic period. This is just after the extinction event at the end of the Triassic.
Sleepy Lucarlio says, I was able to get to St. George and help with this about 4 times. It was awesome. Thank you, Sleepy Lucarlio, for your help with that. Help would make this whole project a success. That's pretty special to show up in person, and I hope you had a good time doing that. I hope you had fun. And that's the thing about helping out with a project like this, is that even if you don't end up finding anything yourself, if you're going through the rock and you're helping move that material, that's rock that's been moved. It's like, it's still making progress. Even a negative result is still a result, if that makes sense. Even if you cleared away a bunch of rock and said, yep, we can check this off, no fossils here, that's still a big help. So anyway, thank you, Sleepy Lucarlio. Appreciate it.
And so this is a time when
I got to keep a couple fossils, able to find a couple shark teeth too. Nice. We're going to give Andrew a call in a few minutes here and check in. But I just wanted to kind of introduce this to anybody who might.
The world is changing. You know, this is kind of the beginning of dinosaurs ruling the earth. A lot of the creatures that were sort of dominant before this, things like phytosaurs, things like Rawasuchians, Dicynodonts, Those guys have all fallen by the wayside. They've gone extinct.
Do I critique myself at all?
And
Sure,
dinosaurs are beginning to take
I'm always
over the
trying to
earth
improve.
right here, right now. At this time that these rocks represent. What's interesting here is that this is basically like the banks of a giant ancient lake we call Lake Whitmore. So at the very beginning of the Jurassic period, 200 million years ago, give or take, this was kind of a marginal coastline environment around an enormous lake. We've got strata here that are from dry land, right near the edge of the water, and then we've got strata that are from under the water. Why is this land not protected if there's so many ancient fossils? Good question. Yeah, that's not necessarily my department.
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs.
Yeah, Graboid1, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Is that a Tremors reference? Howdy, howdy. It's good to have you here. Thanks for clicking that follow button.
I think it's kind of crazy that this land isn't protected. It belongs to the city, so this is city property here, belongs to the city government, and the city has decided that they're going to build an electrical substation on the site.
Yeah.
And so we're doing whatever we can to salvage these fossils before the bulldozers roll in.
So, as you can see, there were literally hundreds of volunteers over the past 2 or 3 months.
I want to make something very clear. This heavy equipment over here is on our side. Some local businesses, some local business people, some community members have very generously donated their time and their equipment to help us with this. Very, very grateful these kind folks have stepped in to help us. This is the kind of community support that we really need, and we're deeply grateful to them. I'm going to figure out who they are.
And Amelia
These
Bedelia.
are just a few of the questions surrounding these fantastic animals.
Thank you for the 38 months of support, Amelia Bedelia. Appreciate you. Anywho, we were hard at work here because this whole area was going to get bulldozed in order to put up an electrical substation. The city owns the land, and the city decided this would be the perfect spot on top of this one-of-a-kind fossil site. This would be the perfect spot to bulldoze and pave over and put up electrical transformers and all that. However, we got some exciting news about this. Live on stream the other day. This is this week. It's 6 p.m. right there in St. George. We haven't gotten an update from Andrew yet. We can try and give him a call.
Anything else worthwhile? But yeah, maybe grab some scales. Okay. Okay. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Andrew. Hey, I hope it's okay that I called. I know you're busy.
Yeah, just a second. I'm going to put you on speaker so I can hear you a little bit.
Cool.
Okay. So that was kind of a stressful meeting, but it
went
well.
The city lawyers. It went well? Excellent. Okay.
So they're not building the substation here anymore.
Holy cow, they've moved the substation plans?
Yeah, but they moved it across the street from the museum. And all the rock piles that we've moved over there, we now have to move them again.
Well, that's okay. That's a much better outcome than having the fossil site destroyed. So we're very happy about that. We heard about this before it was officially announced. We heard about this live on stream. This was what? Last Thursday, I think? So a week ago? And now it's official. It's in the news. There's no going back. The site is saved. A Utah city is pulling the plug on plans to build a power station on top of a premier fossil site. Here's why. This is my first time reading this. Get into it. And this is in the Salt Lake Tribune. Here is a link to the article right here. Prized Jurassic dinosaur dig site in St. George, no longer facing extinction. Oh man, headline writers just can't resist the temptation. St. George, a premier southwestern Utah fossil quarry, threatened with extinction by the planned construction of an electric power station, will no longer go the way of the dinosaur. What do you mean, go the way of the dinosaur? It will no longer evolve into birds? And we'll have over 10,000 species around today? That's not what they meant. A week before the May 1st deadline for excavation of the fossil-rich Jurassic period site to end, St. George city officials pulled the plug on the construction of the substation, thus extending a lifeline to the 3/4-acre quarry regarded as one of the most important dinosaur track areas in North America. Instead, the city will build the substation on less fossil-laden land just south of the quarry, on municipal property across the street from the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum at 2180 East Riverside Drive. Alpha Pest, thank you for the follow. Thanks for dropping in there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We owe the city massive praise for working with us and deciding to relocate the station to protect the fossil site, said Andrew Milner, lead paleontologist and curator of the museum, who is overseeing excavation efforts. Even though the excavation at the quarry ended April 30th as planned, scientists and volunteers will no longer have to forever abandon extracting fossils, teeth, bones, and footprints at the site, according to Milner. Instead, they can rest up during the area's withering summer heat and resume unearthing paleontological treasures at the quarry at a more leisurely pace in the fall. Last-minute reprieve. Milner said city officials opted for the new location after he met with Mayor Michelle Randall and city staff to talk about the impressive finds they were unearthing and to ask for more time to excavate before construction on the station began. In switching locations for the substation, St. George spokesperson David Cordero said city officials were excited by the discoveries found at the quarry. We wanted to be as supportive as we possibly could, while also maintaining the location for the substation and that general area, near the original quarry site, to handle the loads, he said. We were thrilled to be able to work with them on this. It's a win-win. It is a win-win. I'm so glad that they decided to do this. This is a big deal. Hurricane volunteer, so Hurricane is the name of a town nearby. This person isn't volunteering for a tropical storm. They're a volunteer from the town of Hurricane. Hurricane volunteer Ali Goldston was one of many workers at the quarry who were ecstatic over the last-minute reprieve when they heard the news. When we found out we would now have plenty of time to dig through the site, it gave us all such a sense of relief, she said. We could work a bit slower and be much more thorough. Goldston is one of 750 volunteers. Holy cow, that is a tremendous number. 750. From all across the country and as far away as Canada and Europe, to work the quarry once news about the substation's original location surfaced, and the headlong rush to excavate the site began in March. What makes the site so vital, according to scientists, is many of the fossils found at the quarry date back 200 million years to the start of the Jurassic period and the end of the Triassic, the latter of which feature a mass extinction that killed off 75% of life on Earth and led to dinosaurs becoming the planet's dominant species. This is good stuff. This is some really good writing here. Kudos to the reporter from the Salt Lake Tribune, Mark Eddington. Paleo salute to you, Mark Eddington. Good stuff. Yeah. Jurassic jackpot. By Milner's count, workers have excavated and inventoried 1,055 specimens. Again, really impressive. Since the excavation began. Perhaps more important than the quantity is the quality of what has been found. We found 4 dinosaur bones so far, Milner said. We think we have potentially found 3 different species of sharks that are new to science. We won't know until we start prepping the specimens. Other bone and fossil finds indicate what could be 2 new species of paleoniscoids. And this goes to the Wikipedia article. Nice. An extinct group of ray-finned fish. These are, of course, these guys. These, like, weirdo, like, big-eyed fishes at the time. They're super cool. Yeah. Paleoniscoids, an extinct group of ray fin fish, and 2 new species of coelacanths. Oh, man. Ancient lobefin fish that grew up to 6 feet in length. Also uncovered are 4 potential new species of semi-anodid fish, a dietary staple of dinosaurs that roamed and swam the area. Semi-anodid fishes are these guys, these cool armored fishes that were swimming around and presumably being eaten by some of these dinosaurs. It's probably what's drawing them to the lakeside. Milner said the prevalence of fish bones and fossils at the Bone Dry Quarry is because it was once situated on the shores of ancient Lake Whitmore, a massive prehistoric expanse of water that covered everything between St. George and the Grand Canyon. Yes, indeed. Ancient Lake Whitmore was huge. This is a lake that would have been as large as some of the Great Lakes today. Maybe about the size of Lake Erie. Just enormous. Very cool. And again, stretching from St. George to the Grand Canyon. So St. George is kind of the northern shore of this ancient lake. We also know that we have 4 new kinds of meat-eating dinosaurs at the site. 2 small ones and 2 large ones, he said. The large ones were between 15 and 20 feet long and would have produced the big 3-toed Eubrontes tracks that we are finding. Goldston is especially enamored with the partial fish jaws she dug up. Topping Cedar City volunteer Nathan Martin's list is the 3-inch dinosaur tooth he extracted last Friday. For his part, Milner is enthused about all the new volunteers and fresh faces. We've amassed quite a team of volunteers who live in the area and now have some serious skills that can help with this site and the prep lab to do the fieldwork elsewhere, he said. To help us with this site, with the prep lab, and to do fieldwork elsewhere, he said. So some of the people who are volunteering at the site here, some of the members of this community, members of this chat from Paleontologizing, some of these people might get invited out to do other fieldwork in the area, digging up the fossils of dinosaurs and other critters throughout the American Southwest. This is what it's all about, you know, taking an opportunity like this, taking a seemingly bad situation like this, like all these fossils slated to be destroyed by bulldozers. We are working to get people excited about this, to get people to volunteer, to get them involved in paleontology. Not only was the fossil site saved, the bulldozers are being called off, but now we've got all of these wonderful people who are now involved. All of these volunteers, all of these enthusiastic fossil enjoyers who've realized, hey, this is something I can do. I can dig up fossils. I can volunteer at the museum. I can go out and do more field work. That's incredibly cool. I'm so excited about that. Yeah, we've amassed quite a team of volunteers who live in the area and now have some serious skills that can help us with this site, with the prep lab, and to do field work elsewhere, he said. There's one of those dinosaur teeth right there. Nice. Between now and when work resumes on the quarry in September, Milner will oversee efforts to sort through all the material he and others have collected. As for construction of the substation, it was originally slated for May. Cordero, the city spokesman, said they won't commence in its new location until later this year. There we go. St. George owns roughly 20 acres in this area, which includes the quarry, the new substation location, and the museum. The nonprofit Dinosaur Auditorium Foundation operates the facility, which attracts 50,000 visitors a year. I'm hoping that number goes up after this, too. Very cool stuff. Is that the end of the article? They have a survey here. I guess it is. Excellent. Good stuff. Again, here is a link to the article. What we're going to do here is we're going to call up Andrew in a minute, and we'll ask him what he thinks of the article. We'll ask him if there's any other news. hopefully we'll hear that he's had some time to relax, spend some time with his family, cool off a little bit after this incredibly busy 3 months that he's had out there. He was literally eating, working, and sleeping on site, like sleeping in a tent next to the quarry. I was there with him 2 weeks ago now. It was pretty cool. Camping in the middle of a town with a busy road right next to us and a Taco Bell across the street. Man, I ate so much Taco Bell while I was there. I enjoyed that. Yeah. And Wisconsin 59 says, hey, Danny, we won. Yes, indeed. Wisconsin 59, this is Mike M. from the quarry a few weeks ago. Welcome, welcome, Mike. Great to have you here in the chat. And yeah, can you believe it? We did it. Thank you for all your help, Mike. It was great to meet you. And we did it. I hope you're as excited as I am. You have every reason to be proud of your contribution. Thank you for all of your help. It's a big deal. Good stuff. Good stuff. What we're going to do is we're going to call up Andrew right now. He very well might be busy. We're going to give it a shot.
Really?
See if we can catch him.
Spared no expense.
And thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for gifting Mike M there.
The Dinosaur
Mike
Dave
M,
gifted a tier 1 sub to Wisconsin 59.
Thank you, Dinosaur Dave.
573 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate you. Enjoy, Mike. You won't have to watch any ads for the next month. That's what a subscription means. Not only do you get ad-free viewing for the next 30 days, but also you get to use all those emotes in the chat. It's good stuff, I think. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave, for your generosity there. Let's give Andrew a call here, and we'll see if we can get an update from the site. There we go.
Tradoon.
He might not pick up. I'm actually kind of hoping he doesn't. That might mean that he's doing more important things.
Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice messaging system.
There we go. He might call us back later, but hopefully he's spending time with his family or just relaxing, maybe taking a nap. That man has been working like a madman for the past 3 months. He deserves I don't know, a couple weeks off at a fishing lodge, we'll say, up in Canada. That's what Andrew likes to do. Let's hope he gets that this summer, you know? Yeah. And hopefully not being attacked by dust devils. So presumably he's not on site right now. The work finished up yesterday, April 30th. That was their last day. And yeah, so hopefully Andrew's getting some rest. We'll see. Anyhow. Yeah. And hope there are no dust devils. Yeah, that was nuts. Again. Here, let's show footage of that. Thank you, Claire, for editing together this wonderful video here. This is bonkers. I'm gonna go ahead and give Andrew a call right now.
Hello?
And so, as this is happening, I want you to be very aware that we were doing this call live on stream. All I had was the audio. There's someone on site, David Slough, who actually got footage of the Dust Devil as it was occurring, but I couldn't see that at the time. This was only an audio call. So if it seems like my reaction to what's going on doesn't match what's going on, that's why. It's because I couldn't see it. Claire Burr has very helpfully interspersed the footage, edited this together, but I couldn't see what was going on. So if I almost seem like I think this is funny, it's because I couldn't see the dust devil.
Hello.
Andrew, it's Danny. How you doing?
Hi, Danny. Not too bad.
Hey, good. I'm glad to hear it. Just wanted to call in real quick and ask if you've got any updates from the site. I've got 209 people watching right now. Eager to hear if anything's new.
I just caught up on the inventory. 1,055 specimens. Oh, wow. Big dust devil. Everyone's rushing for the tarps right now. It's kind of hanging around in one spot. It's pretty cool. Actually, David's getting film of it right now. Oh, man. Everyone's grabbing a hold of the tarps in the frame. We had one go flying the other day. And they to it till 10.
Shoot. This is nuts. Claire says it sounded less scary than it looked. Yes. Yeah, it's pretty dramatic.
It won't go away. Oh, there goes one. Oh, man. Oh, it's really bad. Oh, Joey just got knocked over.
Jeez. Yeah. It literally, I think it tore one of the tarps in half. Look at that. Crazy.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay. I hope you're staying safe right now.
Our tarp frames are all down. We've got stuff all over the hill. Man, we've lost stuff. Like this, there are now cardboard boxes. What the heck is that? Is that one of our burlap or plaster bags? Like we've got stuff like everywhere. There's a cardboard box, like one of the flats, like 100 feet in the air above us.
Oh, jeez.
Insane. Is everyone okay? Are you guys okay? We just got absolutely.
Yeah, you can go if you need to, Andrew.
Yeah. Anyway, I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
Anyway, kind of too much excitement there for a second.
Sparky Pugler says, "Wow, that's scary. That's how fieldwork goes sometimes. Sometimes you get a dust devil that rips through and it just annihilates your sight. You know."
Brought it on your live stream.
Yeah, there we go. Thanks for staying on with us. Yeah.
No problem. All right, Danny. I think everyone's okay.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go try and salvage things. I'll talk to you later.
Good luck. I wish I were there to help. Good luck with everything, Andrew. We'll talk to you later.
All right, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. Well, shoot. That was curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Museum, Andrew Milner there. Yeah. Thank you, Claire, for editing that together. Makes it really compelling. Here's a link. For that right there. But, yeah. Andrew's tent. Stood up like a champ to this, you know? So, look at this. Those high winds. This is why I was telling Andrew on the phone the other day, we should send this footage to Spring Bar, to the manufacturer of these tents. They produce them right here in the United States, in Salt Lake City. This is like the gold standard for a tent for a paleontologist in the American Southwest. You really can't get, you really can't do better than that. It's this is not a paid endorsement or anything, but I also have a Spring Bar. They're the best tent made in America, the last one you'll ever need. Well, many of the paleontologists that I know have gone through multiple of these throughout their lifetimes. This is the one that I have right here. The Traveler, it's gone up a bit in price since I bought it. And I also got mine for, I think, about half price because I got a factory second, where there was some stitching errors and stuff like that. Just cosmetic I was gonna say deformities. Cosmetic defects. That's the word. But it's great. I love my tent so much, and I got the special storm fly that goes over it, which is a new thing. Oh, and that might be Andrew right now. Here. Hang on a second. There we go. Let me give him a call back. There we go. Let's see. Hopefully he's not leaving a message. Call ended. Here, let's try calling again.
Hello?
Andrew, how you doing? It's Danny.
Not bad. How about you?
Doing well. Doing well. Yeah, we've got 299 people watching, and we just read the Salt Lake Tribune article. Congratulations. Yeah. It's official now.
It's official.
Yeah. Yep. Holy cow. Really exciting.
Yeah, we got the quarry completely cleaned out today.
Nice.
I'm actually sitting on my couch right now.
That's really good to hear. Yeah. Oh man, I'm glad you're able to relax. That's probably the first time you feel like you've really been able to sit down and breathe in what, like 2 or 3 months now?
Yeah, 2 months. Yeah, it was kind of a relief, like a week ago today when they told us that they're moving the substation. So we've been we've been feeling a lot more relaxed.
Good.
The pressure's lifted off for sure, like all of us.
Right.
But yeah, it's back to kind of almost normal days.
Finally. Yeah, that's so good to hear.
Yep. So Joe's son, we're going to be going and each day and kind of giving him instructions on moving rock around. And then starting on Monday, we're going to be getting into the rock pile where they're building the substation.
Nice. Nice.
So over 1,100 specimens.
Oh wow. Yeah, the figure that was in the Salt Lake Trib article was 1,055, so we're over 1,100 now?
Yeah. So that
Phenomenal.
was that number was from Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
So 1055. Yeah.
So
it feels pretty good. Our neighbor that overlooks us, the old guy there on the hill. He was actually up against the fence today, just kind of watching. Like he must be wondering what's going on.
See the guy with the dogs?
The guy with the dogs, yeah.
Yeah.
I wonder if they've seen or know the story yet. Anyway, it kind of makes me wonder what they're thinking.
Right. Yeah.
I'm still getting phone calls from people though wanting to volunteer.
That's good. Yeah. I'm really hoping
good.
that more people will want to volunteer in the lab or maybe with other field work. We've got people watching right now who I'm sure are curious about this. If they want to get involved and help with the fossil prep or help with field work in the future, what do we have planned so far? Is there anything on the docket right now?
Well, we're going to be reopening this quarry in sometime in the fall. We haven't decided when. I'm thinking September is probably a little too early.
Okay.
Well, maybe sometime in October.
Would it be a little cooler?
Yeah. We also we do have a little bit of field work planned, so it's probably September. We're probably going to be heading to Lake Powell.
Oh, very cool.
Of course, that's pretty limited on who we can bring, and we're bringing like some of the better folks. Of course, like, well, I don't mean it that way.
I know what you mean, but people with a little bit more experience. It's when you've got a limited crew space, you tend to bring along the veterans. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So I'm hoping Adam Marsh is going to be able to get away and join us on that. I know
Very
he's been
cool.
looking forward to. I'm hoping so. You know, with everything going on with the government right now, it's hard to know if he's going to be able to get away to do that. I hope so.
Right.
What else? Yeah, so it feels really good just to be taking it easy for a while. It's sort of, well, changing, not taking it easy. I guess that's not the right words either. It's more
turning things down from turning things from 11 maybe down to 6 or 7.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Just less hours, but I've got to catch up on other work too. So
right, yeah.
Now's our chance. So tomorrow we have a couple of people that have volunteered with us in the quarry. They're going to be helping us in the lab, trying to find mixed space in the lab, along with Hunter and Jaleesa. So yeah, and I'll be there. I've actually got another press thing at 10 o'clock with the St. George News.
Nice. Okay.
They want to do a follow up. Yeah, so it's feels pretty good.
Nice. That's really good to hear, Andrew.
Yeah.
I was saying, like, I wish you had an all expenses paid vacation out to some fishing lodge somewhere or something.
Oh, I know. I wish. Yeah.
You deserve it after this, but I'm glad you at least get to rest for a while and no longer running around like a madman.
Yeah.
And I wanted to ask too. Yeah, go ahead.
What's that?
Yeah, I said go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. So Lynn and I are actually taking off on the 8th. We're disappearing for a few days. We're going. We're going to go camping for our anniversary. So we're going to go from the 8th to the 12th. So that'd be nice just to get away.
Enjoy it. That's really nice. Yeah. I'm getting ready to go on vacation myself next week. So
I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
I'm really excited about it. Yeah.
Excellent.
Anywho, I wanted to ask you too, not to pester you about this, but if you happen to have the names or anybody that we could send thank you notes to in St. George. We still waiting on that info, or do we have that now that the Salt Lake Trib article's out?
I'm going to find out. I'll find out Monday afternoon.
Nice.
I'll know more. I'll have more information about that on Monday.
Great.
Afternoon.
That'll be really good.
For sure.
Cool.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah. Well, shoot. Thanks for taking the time to call us back and enjoy not having this thing hanging over your head. You know.
Yes.
Rest up, and again, thank you for all of your work on this. And we did it. I mean, I hope.
Yeah, I know, right? It feels.
I hope you're really proud of this, because I certainly am. Thank you for everything, Andrew. Yeah.
I am, and I'm extremely thankful to everybody that's helped make this happen. It's been incredible. Yeah. So it looks like our museum is kind of changing a little bit more. It's with a whole new thing.
That's really exciting. Yeah, I'm hoping we can really run with that momentum. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to be doing major quarries at our museum for quite a few years now, I'm sure.
Phenomenal. Yeah. That's so exciting. Oh man.
Yeah. It really is. Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'll let you go. Thank you again for your time, and we'll check in probably in a few weeks, I think.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. Thanks, Andrew. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Danny.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. That was, of course, curator of the St. George Dinosaur Discovery Site Museum, Andrew R.C. Milner. He can finally relax. This is dedication from Andrew. I really admire his commitment to the science, to the fossils, to this whole enterprise. And I'm proud to have worked with him. Very proud of what this community has contributed as well. All of the people going out and volunteering, people donating funds, people just helping get the word out about this. We did it. And I hope everyone is tremendously proud of the part that they played in this. This is huge. It really is a big deal. It's the sort of thing that I'm kind of tempted to try and present on this at SVP this year. I might be contacting Andrew about that. Maybe we'll do a presentation on that. We'll see. We'll see. I've got less than a month now to get that abstract written, but this might be one of the things I present on at SVP this year. We'll see. So yeah, it is such wonderful. It really is, Echidna. It really, really is. And what I'm going to do here is let's take this and let's post it to Blue Sky here. We did it. Let's see. Let's put those same ones there. So the fossil site in St. George, Utah is now safe from the threat of being bulldozed. Huge thanks to everyone who contributed, well, everyone who volunteered, donated, or helped get the word out. Especially members of the Paleontologizing community. Yeah. And very sincere thanks. Oh, and let's see. Big thanks to the city. Here, I'll do that in the next post. And a humongous shout out. There we go. Whoop. Let's just do 2 more of those. And a humongous shout out, okay, to the good folks in the municipal government and the city government of St. George, Utah. You heard our pleas. And you chose to save this fossil site from this destruction. We are deeply grateful. And a heart. There we go. So I'll share with everybody. I'll share info on whom we can send thank you messages to as soon as I hear back. Probably next week. Yeah. And let's see. St. George, Utah. Yeah. Here. Let me see if Salt Lake Tribune is on Blue Sky. And they are at sltrib.com. Yes! If I tag them, they might even reshare it.
Tribune.
Thank you, Mommy Does, for the 200 bits.
Great
Yeah.
news about the St. George site.
It is fantastic news. Yeah. Here we go. And
Tribune.
here, check out
Tribune.
Check out this
Tribune.
article from Salt Lake Tribune. Okay, nice.
Tribune.
All right, post all. There we go. Thank you, Trek Nerd, for sending this morning. This is actually how I first heard about it. There is a link right there if you'd like to engage with that post, repost it, like it, whatever. Good stuff. Yeah. The Salt Lake Tribune Tribune says Nightfall Event. Oh boy. Yeah. Good stuff. Here, and thank you to everybody who's posted this, reposted it, and liked it so far. Excellent. Yeah. Phenomenal. I gotta think about this. This might be a really nice thing to present on this year at SVP. Like, this is how you help protect a fossil site, potentially. Here's how you get the word out. Here's how you... I feel like this could be really useful information for other paleontologists throughout the world who are trying to preserve fossil sites. Maybe that's one of the things I'll present on this year. We'll see. This is how we save the dinosaurs, says Ellie Bunnies, yeah. And Lenina says, this is what science outreach does. It generates a community, and we take care of business. I love that, Lenina. Yeah. That would actually be a really nice little blurb on the poster. Or maybe in the talk. We'll see. Yeah. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah. Good to see that a community can change something. There you go, Trooper. This is, I hope, a ray of hope. A reason for optimism. But it seems like so much of the world is going to crud right now. People can make a difference. They can make a positive change. If you band together, if you're able to unite as a community toward a common purpose, you can make good things happen. I think that's a big deal. And I'm tremendously proud to have been a part of this. I'm so proud of this community. I can't overstate that. I'm so proud of what you good folks have been able to do through donating and volunteering and helping get the word out. Your enthusiasm and your passion and your hard work, your contributions, they made a real, tangible difference. And I don't want that to be taken for granted. What we did is pretty special there. And I'm immensely proud of that. Resistance is not futile. Yes, indeed, Terminator Pig. Yeah. Lilith Hobo says, one day you'll be screaming from your own museum? We'll see. It won't be my museum, though. That's the whole thing, is that that kind of individualism has no place in science. Science is a collective endeavor. It's for the good of everybody. Not my museum. Our museum. Someday, I hope. Someday. I'm so looking forward to discussing streams and Twitch at SVP. Yeah, Dyson Dinosaur. It's going to be great. Oh, man. Good stuff. Brilliant. I'm going to check real quick to see if there's any other news from St. George. Yeah, there we go, from 10 hours ago. I don't know if anybody else has picked up on it yet, but we will hopefully see more news about this trickling out, and I am overjoyed about this. Yes! And there was this from March 25th, holy cow. Yeah, I was really proud to have been a part of this. Oh, man. Yeah. Sure on my Mastodon for you. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Good stuff. And anything on YouTube? Yeah, Miss Argles, let's look real quick and see if that King of Random video has come out yet. Or not. Recently uploaded. Nothing yet. Except for these lovely video edits by Claire Burr. Thank you again, Claire. Yeah.
Really spectacular, spared no expense.
And thank you, Lenina, for gifting Confused Echidna. I appreciate that, Lenina. How are you doing, Echidna? Echidna.
The Lenino gifted a tier 1 sub to confuse Echidna.
I wish you were here the other day when we were talking about fossil echidnas. Here, maybe I can find that part of the VOD for you. This is from is it here? No. Aquatic fossil echidnas. There we go. There we go, monotremes. Like marsupials and like placental mammals. And then one small group of monotremes also survived. Barely. And this is their remnant today. Platypus and echidnas are the only surviving monotremes. So we talked all about these the other day. I will give you a link with a timestamp, Confused Echidna, if you would like to watch. There you go. This is from just a couple days ago. PyroKitty's Tavern says, I've been sharing the exciting news with everyone that I had to spread the word to. Having to let them know there was a better outcome because most were quite enraged. It's so nice when you've got a positive ending to a story like that. We were all waiting with bated breath to see if the site would be destroyed, and now it's been saved, and I am overjoyed. Anyhow, good stuff. Good stuff. Anywho, we've got some other fossil news to discuss. So why don't we go ahead and get into that? Oh, and shoot, Confused Echidna, if you, this just came out yesterday, I guess, after we already covered it. But there's a link. Early monotremes were semi-aquatic burrowers, paleontologists find. And Zool says, with the number of collected fossils found, can you clarify the numbers a bit more? I think I heard 33 jaws. There was 33 semi-noted fish jaws, we think. There were, I think about, what is it? It was like 26 different dinosaur teeth. I think there were something like 75 semi-noted fishes, like the whole fish or most of the fish. Associated skeletons of these guys, semi-anodids. Yeah, like this. I think it was, what was it, like 30 coelacanth skull pieces or something? And I don't know how many dinosaur tracks discovered. It was a lot. We might be able to get a more definitive tally in a couple weeks from Andrew, especially as these things start to get prepped in the lab. A lot of these things, we won't know exactly what they are until they actually start getting cleaned up in the laboratory. You can try and clean them up in the field, but under fieldwork conditions, stuff can get messed up. You want to be able to work slowly and carefully under lab conditions to be able to avoid
the land and the sea. And the greatest
Elias,
of all
thank
the
you.
reptiles were the dinosaurs.
Instead of flashing lights, can we have a fart sound for your subscription notifications?
I'm sorry, no, Elias. I'm gonna shut that one down, but let's see if we can find another sound. How's that? I could do that one if you remind me when you resubscribe, Elias. Oh, sorry, wrong one. There we go. Anyhow, and the P.O. Box stuff, yeah, Nightfall, we'll get into that. And will this be from different species, single species? So for the semi-anodid fish, we think we've got probably 3 or 4 new species of these guys, potentially. These kinds of fishes. Potentially 3 new species of hybidont shark. There's 4 different kinds of dinosaur represented by their teeth, it seems. None of which have been named. It's not really worth naming them just based on teeth. That wouldn't be good practice. But maybe some of those bones that were dug up when they're prepped in the lab will prove to be diagnostic. We could potentially have a new species of dinosaur published in the scientific literature based on this work. Same with the coelacanths. We could have new kinds of coelacanth. We'll see what happens. We still don't have a great deal of information right now because it's still very early days. But it'll be really cool to be able to kind of follow this whole project as it moves along. It's exciting. It really is. Yeah. Anyway. Mentioning potentially for an interview if they think it's worth. Oh, cool. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. Hey, I appreciate that. I'll make sure to check my email. Appreciate you, Dinosaur Dave. Thank you. And new sound notification says sketchy tracks. Here, before I forget, let's do some P.O. Box stuff here. You ready to do some PO unboxing? Post office box opening? Well, let's see here. Let's open up the old mailbox. And look, there it is. Let's see what we got. We have a postcard here from Community Time. Thank you for sending a letter for me, or a postcard. We've got a box here from U.S. state of Colorado. Oh, well. And we've got some Amazon packages from the P.O. Box, too. We'll open up those also. Let's see what we got. And let me make sure that I use some Sharpies here or some... I want to make sure people's addresses are not showing up on screen. Longer than a minute, sorry. There we go.
I'm told the fellas keep him pretty busy regularly, and it was John that time leading the Beatles with a merry little tale entitled, Please, Mr. Postman.
All right. Let's see what we got here. First, from Community Time, thank you again. Is it okay if I read this live on stream? Can I show it to everybody? Let me know. No return addresses. There you go. Yeah, of course. Let's do it. There we are. Lovely. So we've got... is this custom or is this part of the design here? We've got a Ceratops. It looks like it's supposed to be Triceratops. We've got a very old-fashioned, big Carnosaur-type theropod here. A Stegosaur, presumably Stegosaurus. This looks like a Dromaeosaur with those raised digit 2 claws. And a Spinosaur and a Lambeosaurine. Looks like Parasaurolophus there. Good stuff. Well, Danny, this is community time. Something previously recorded, Danny. Tell us about how he became a paleontologist and a Twitch streamer. Your stream is such an inspiration. Not only a comfort in dark times, but to make a meaningful life by sharing wonder and curiosity in a community. For someone in midlife who is very much trying to do this, and who was such a dinosaur geek in high school, nice. Me too. I don't know about geek. I was a dinosaur jock in high school, but same difference. You're a bit of an inspiration. So thank you. Thank you, community time. I appreciate you. Holy moly. From Monica. This postcard is from an interest I also have in Twitch fountain pens. Nice. I made some fountain pen streamers. I met some fountain pen streamers at the ATL Pen Show, where this card came from. Very cool. Well, community time, you might be pleased to know that I actually have a couple of fountain pens right here on my desk. They're not especially fancy ones, but I also got into fountain pens. This would have been back in 2016 when I was working at the car dealership. So, yeah, I actually don't know where my inkwell went, but I also really like fountain pens. They're very cool. There's a certain, like, intentionality. You know, it's not like a ballpoint pen where you just pick it up and you go and like, oh, it's not working anymore. I throw it in the garbage. No. Fountain pen, it's refillable. You have to refill it. It requires a certain degree of attention and thoughtfulness. And I really like that kind of ritual around writing a letter.
With massive jaws filled with razor-sharp teeth, Tyrannosaurus Rex was a terrifying sight.
Thank you for the 44 months. I really appreciate that. Good stuff. Yeah, fountain pens are really neat. I like them a lot, and I don't have enough opportunities to use them on the daily. One of these days I'll probably get back into them, but I don't do too many handwritten letters. I should though. Yeah. Oh, and thank you from Andrew Miller. You brought these one. The City of St. George person to contact is Mayor Michelle Randall. Michelle Randall at sgcity.org. Thank you, thank you. We might even do a thank you live. We'll see. We might do that tomorrow, though. I've got some more time. But if any of you want to send thank you emails right now, you've got an address. Yes. Excellent. Yeah, thank you, community time. It's very sweet of you. I really appreciate sending this. If anybody else wants to send anything to the P.O. Box, you've got the mail command in the chat. Really appreciate this. And sadly out of my T-Rex stamps, but you did still send something Mesozoic. A conifer. I don't know if this particular kind of conifer was alive during the Mesozoic, but similar plants like this. Cone-bearing conifer plants were around during the Mesozoic. They were particularly common in the Triassic and the early Jurassic. So, Very appropriate stamp. I don't know if you knew that when you picked this one, but it's a good one. Thank you. Yeah, good stuff. Yeah. Dr. Hub says, a friend of mine smoked pipes in college, and the way you talk about fountain versus ballpoint pens sounds like his take on pipes versus cigarettes. Sure. Yeah. Fountain pens, I think, are probably a little bit less addictive than nicotine, however. That's my take. Anyway. Thank you, Community Time. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. You had an idea about the conifers? Excellent. Let's see what's in this mysterious box here. Sent to us from Colorado, USA. Well. I wonder. Let me, open this thing up. Do so nice and cleanly. An unboxing, yes. Some unboxification going on here. Well. Will you look at that? Holy moly. I know that bridge. This is where I live. The beautiful, sunny San Francisco Bay Area. You know, it's one thing to send a dinosaur painting in the mail. It's another. It almost feels more personal. To send this. That's really lovely. Thank you. Miss Capri Kel, this is beautiful. Look at that. Miss Capri Kel, 2/28/2025. Did you paint this in person? From there at Chrissy Field or from near Fort Point? Very cool. And hand painted even. I know. Look at that. Well. I will very gingerly open this up. Well packed. Let's look at it without the glare of the cellophane here. Gentle. Ooh, nice. Miss Caprico, that really is lovely. Thank you for sending it. And you know what? This is also the perfect size. I think this might fit beautifully in some of the 4x6 frames that I have. We can use this in our background during streams. It is a really special gift, absolutely, Lenina. There's a lot of love that went into this, and I really appreciate it, Miss Capri. Holy moly. Here, let's try this out. Got a frame here. This one doesn't have a mat around it, but we'll try it anyway. Well, you look at that. Very nice. I'll have to put a nice mat on it, but I should have this in our background for tomorrow's stream. I'm gonna do that. Excellent. Yeah. Good stuff. Thank you so much, Miss Caprical. It really is lovely. Thank you very much for this. I'm touched. Appreciate your generosity and your creativity and your talent. It's good work. Painted from life. And this is just after we were watching that video on the fog. just the
coldest
other
winter
day.
I ever spent was the summer in San Francisco. That's associated with the fog.
You have to love the fog if you live here. If you resent it and you're like, ooh, birds, cold, you're in the wrong place.
There's lots of poetry and stories that have been written about the famous fog, but a lot of it is just folklore, right? We kind of had this sense that fog was changing.
We're in a climate crisis. We see the West that is burning, that is getting drier every year.
The idea that I might be giving up my fog to climate change.
There wasn't a lot of science that had been done, so we really had to start at square one and take it from there.
I'll give you a link to this. I still need to watch this whole thing. Haven't had a chance to.
What would San Francisco be without the fog?
And so where he's standing right there, this is it Fort Point or is it Fort Mason? I forget, but this is actually a famous site. This is a military fort that was established at the Golden Gate Strait long before the bridge was built. This is a fort, I think it dates back to the U.S. Civil War around 1862, something like that. Somebody in the chat correct me if I'm getting it wrong. Is it Fort Mason? Thank you, Ms. Art Rules. I always get these mixed up. There's a lot of forts in San Francisco. It's a big military town back in the day. The whole Presidio was a military base. But yeah, the film Vertigo actually, I think one of the climactic scenes takes place there. Often considered one of the greatest films ever made. Hitchcock really liked San Francisco. There we go. So there we go. There it is. Fort Mason. Anywho, yeah, iconic scenes from here. Lobster Licka, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. There's so many different films that have used this perspective here. It's such an iconic location. Yeah. So from thrillers to creature flicks. There we go. There's the Golden Gate Bridge. There's the ferry building. But yeah, there's that iconic shot that it's from Fort Mason there. You really can't see it particularly well, but here. There we go. Yeah. Right there. Base of the Golden Gate Bridge. That's the same subject as in this lovely painting right here. Thank you, Miss Caprikel. For our special bonus Friday stream tomorrow, before I big hiatus for my vacation, we'll have this in the background. I'm excited about that. It'll be good. Thank you, Miss Caprico. This means a lot. Appreciate you sending it. that's not all. We also have 2 different Amazon packages here, both sent to the P.O. Box. Let's open them up and see what they are. They're presumably not something off the wish list, because I think those get delivered to my neighbor down the street. But I can get those, yeah. Sure that I get, oh, I have right here. Well, well. Look at this here. We have a letter here from Nell. They say, Dear Danny, I hope you're able to take some time to relax before heading out to the field again. Enjoy the treats. Hope to see you in Birmingham if you can make it for SVP. From Nell, from Twitch. Well, thank you, Nell. I really appreciate it. Let's see what's in the bag. Look at that. Yes, these are the best dinosaur gummies, I think, in terms of quality. Some of the best that you can get. And these are not just for my gustatory enjoyment. They're not just for eating. I actually have a video planned, like a cold open video. If I have time to produce it this year, that'll be wonderful. I might not have time. But these are a prop that I needed for a cold open video. And, yeah, banana, strawberry, mango, mandarin, and melon, black currant, also it's called blackberry here in the States, and strawberry, very nice. This is excellent. We'll see if I have time to produce that cold open video. I have so many other things going on, but this is one of the props that I need for that. Thank you very much, Nell. I appreciate it. Can you share with chat? I'm not opening these right now, Kaz. I'm sorry. They're needed for a film project. Where is that, then? This might be different right here. And Nell says, Dear Danny, please give my regards to the pies. And for all of their potassium needs, a banana. A catnip banana. Oh man, they love these. When, next time one of them appears on my desk, I will open this up for them. For mini pie or sweetie pie. But they love these catnip bananas. This is excellent. Thank you, Nell. Very thoughtful of you. They will really appreciate this. I really appreciate this. Thank you. What a wonderful haul here. Thank you, everybody, for sending stuff in. Everybody who did. Nell and Miss Capri Kel. And community time. I appreciate each of you. Thank you so much. Lovely. And there's another that's coming delayed for a week. Okay, Nell. It'll probably show up while I'm gone. But that means I'll have something to look forward to for when I return. Excellent. Yeah. There should be more with the gummy dinos, so that... Yeah, it might be delayed, Claire. Yeah. But thank you again, everybody. Lovely. I'm very grateful. Thank you for your generosity, your thoughtfulness. And, oh, look who it is. Mini Pie. Hey. Whoa. Oh, come here, Minnie. Hey. What's this? Ooh, she's gonna have to come up on the desk. She's a little suspicious. She's like, there's packaging on the floor. There's a mailbox in here. What's going on? Come here, Minnie Pie. So she'll just immediately take a leaping jump onto the desk if I'm in the middle of something important. But I call her over and she's gonna take her sweet time. You know how cats are. Anywho. And now she's throwing up. Minnie Pie, hey! Oh, baby. Ho, ho, ho! I'm sorry you threw up. That's lousy. But I was able to get her to throw up on the Amazon bubble wrap rather than on the carpet. Well, mostly. Oh, Minnie Pie. I'm sorry. Okay. 3 for 3. Okay. Gross. The joy of cats, you know? Yeah. Alright, Minnie Pie. That's grody. That's really gross. It's very solid, too. It's not like wet. You need to drink some more water, Minnie Pie. Hydrate yourself. Gross. I'm sorry you're not feeling well, baby. Hey, come here. You want to come hang out? Come here. I'm sorry, Minnie Pie. Let me go give her some pets real quick. I'll be right back. Sorry you're not feeling well. Nauseous? Take it easy, okay? Yeah, Lordy did catch Minnie Pie trying to drink out of the paint water this morning. Lordy was doing some watercoloring and, you know, so you have to have like a container of water out, and Minnie Pie loves to drink that water. I doubt that's what prompted this throwing up right now, but it might just be that her GI tract is a little bit off right now. I don't know. Anyhow, thank you for the replies and everything on Blue Sky, everybody. Yeah. I can't show that one because of the language, but I appreciate the enthusiasm. Excellent. Anyhow, yeah, I mean, you'll be fine. Cats throw up sometimes. Well, let's see what else we've got on our agenda for today before we get into Thursday BIRDSday. Let's see here. Let's talk about this a little bit. Susie Maidmont and Richard Butler have just published a new paper, New Frontiers in Dinosaur Exploration. Here is a link to this right here. I don't think there's a press release for it yet. We're just going to take a look at that PDF, and thankfully it is open access.
Access granted.
Yeah. There's the link in the chat for you. New Frontiers in Dinosaur Exploration. 200 years after the naming of the first dinosaur. So they probably submitted this for publication last year, 2024. The first dinosaur to be scientifically described was, of course... Well, who was it, chat? Who was the first dinosaur to be scientifically described? I happen to have a 3D printed element from it right here. Is it a mega discovery, says Zushi Cat? Oh, well. It was indeed Megalosaurus right here. Here's my lower jaw of Megalosaurus, Dennery right there. 3D printed of that original specimen.
Back in the middle of the 19th century, the science of paleontology, the study of old bones and ancient creatures, was just being invented. A few pioneer anatomists and dedicated amateurs began finding a few teeth here, a couple of bones there, that they recognized as clues to the existence of a world far older than anyone had imagined.
Yep.
One man, William Buckland, was the first dinosaur detective. He had just one clue, a gigantic tooth which he acquired in 1817.
No tooth attached to a
What
jaw.
sort of animal did such an enormous
other pieces
tooth
still.
belong? No such creature or teeth that size exist today. Buckland had a tooth, but nothing else, nothing to compare it with. These fellows.
He did actually have a few other elements as well, but it wasn't very much.
Back there, in the early part of the last century, had nothing to go on. Nobody knew that there were any such animals.
Bob Bacher again.
Right. They find a little thing.
He's in
like
all
that.
these old documentaries.
Is that what he started with? Something like that?
Yeah, Anywho.
Cavity on the trailing edge allows the weapon to cut across its prey, just as a cavalryman strikes down with the curved tip, getting a long wound. You can look
Now,
at...
what did that tell him?
It told him that this animal killed, not like a lion or a tiger, by biting once in the throat or behind the neck. This animal killed like a giant lizard would kill, making long cuts in the body of its prey, long, jagged cuts, and the prey would be weakened by loss of blood and trauma.
Buckland's genius was to imagine the tooth in the jaws of a full-size prehistoric reptile. With just one clue, he could deduce that this monster killer was 40 feet long and had the bulk of an elephant, and he was surprisingly accurate.
Yeah, I mean, well, he got kind of lucky, but not quite as bulky as an elephant. Megalosaurus here would have been much more lightly built than an elephant. Here's a really lovely representation of this animal. This is from PNSO. So about like that, maybe about 25 feet long, maybe close to 30 feet long, something like that. We only still have one good specimen of Megalosaurus bucklandi. No other ones have ever been found. Things are elusive in the Middle Jurassic, oftentimes. So it's still that original specimen is the only one we've got, as far as I know. But, yeah. It's a cool critter, Megalosaurus. Yeah. PNSO does make stellar models, absolutely. And there you go, your theme, Terminator Pig? Yeah. We almost need some, There you go, Terminator Pig. Yeah. Terminator Pig, your name is a reference to Entelodons, isn't it? Yeah, these big guys. These giant, potentially carnivorous, but probably omnivorous or maybe even herbivorous pig-like mammals. Crimson Carnotauruses are most recreations of Megalosaurus based on Torvosaurus, and Eustrepto mostly based on Torvosaurus. That's the most complete megalosaurid that we have. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. We had a question too about Napoleon stealing fossils, and this is here, I'll find you a clip from that. There we go.
Dr. Hoffman was one of the first in a long line of professional and amateur scientists and bone hunters who have been fascinated by these secrets that the Earth yields up so grudgingly.
So this is not a dinosaur, but a mosasaur.
Hoffman hurried over to the quarry and was shown something he had never seen before. It appeared to be an enormous jawbone. He bought it immediately.
Here, take these Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
25 years later, the jaw of the monster attracted the attention of the French Revolutionary Army, who occupied Maastricht in 1795. They claimed the jawbone for France, where to this day it reposes in the National Museum of Natural History in Paris.
So basically, Napoleon's army tracked down and looted these fossil jaws to take them back to France. This was considered a great treasure at the time, and it certainly was. This would help change the way that people thought about the world around them. Like this was hugely important, you know?
Soon after the French Revolution, the National Museum was the scene of another revolution.
Yep.
This one led by a celebrated professional scientist, Georges Cuvier.
Cuvier was professor of comparative anatomy, which was a booming branch of science at that time. And it was the very best place in the world for him to be, because I think the museum there probably had a larger collection than anywhere else in the world of skeletons and skins and, to some extent, pickled guts and so on, of a whole range of living species from all around the world. Like the other professors, he lived on the job. He had a house which went with the job, which was in the same grounds as the museum and the Botanic Gardens. And the Botanic Gardens included, as it still does, a small zoo. So he had access to at least a small collection of living animals, which he could study and see how they moved, how they put their anatomy to good use. So he was in a very good position to understand the relation between bones and muscles and sense organs and gut and everything else within a living creature. And
so the point is that Cuvier realized these are not the bones of a living animal. These are something that it's extinct, which was kind of an almost heretical idea at the time, that any living things could completely disappear from the earth, they could go extinct. A lot of people thought this was heresy. How dare you say that part of God's divine creation could ever go extinct? Are you questioning the divine nature of creation? And he kind of was, and he was right.
See how all those parts of the body contributed to a whole way of life.
Cuvier had a theory. Huge bones had been found beneath the streets of Paris. They looked like elephant bones, except that they belonged to a creature that was clearly a different species, now called a mastodon. Cuvier reasoned that these bones belonged to an animal that had become extinct.
And it was really the first time that there was a really good, pretty strong case for extinction.
Then one day, Cuvier turned his attention to the huge jawbone, the trophy from Maastricht.
Yep.
And he compared it with living reptiles and concluded this time that it was an enormous marine lizard.
He was right.
Cuvier had opened the door to a past buried far deeper than anyone had imagined.
So there were other scientists at the time other natural historians, other natural philosophers, as they called themselves in the day, who said, oh no, those jaws are definitely from some kind of whale or a shark or something like that. Some animal that's still around. Cuvier's like, no. You look at those jaws, you look at the teeth in them, those are lizard jaws. Those are lizard teeth. There was a giant kind of oceanic lizard that lived at that time. And clearly there's nothing like that around today. It must be extinct. And other people were kind of outraged at this idea, but he was right. Today we now recognize that mosasaurs are indeed giant extinct marine lizards. These guys were they're part of Squamata. They're part of the lizard clade. They evolved from land-living lizards. They took to the seas. They become increasingly aquatic to the point where they are just fully committed to life in the ocean. They were giving birth to live young. They were generating their own body heat. They're doing all kinds of things that we associate with whales today. But these guys are lizards doing that during the Mesozoic. Really cool. And then they go extinct at the same time that all of the non-bird dinosaurs go extinct at the end of the Cretaceous period. So anyway, the late 18th and early 19th centuries were kind of when paleontology was getting its start, and paleontology was really controversial at the time. The study of fossils changed the way a lot of people looked at the world. Paleontology challenged people's assumptions, got people riled up. That's what science often does. This systematic study of the natural world, testing ideas, exploding old assumptions, questioning received wisdom, using evidence, using scientific testing. In many cases, scientists are, because we're trying to follow the evidence where it leads, people see us as rebels, as heretics, as whatever. But we're just trying to figure out what's true, you know? Anyhow. And Rawman says, did they think dodo birds were still around because they didn't believe in extinction? I think it was around this time that the dodo went extinct. It was what, like the late 1700s? Yeah, when did they go extinct? Extinction. Some controversy surrounds the date of extinction. Oh, so this is before. The last widely accepted record of a dodo sighting is from 1662. Okay. But yeah, at the time, I don't know, the dodo was only really known to like a few people, and then it did kind of have a heyday in popular culture too, but a lot of people thought, oh, it's a mythical animal. It never really existed. It seems pretty fanciful, these giant flightless birds. It's interesting. You go and you read about the dodo, and you read about its extinction, and you read about people's reaction to that. the dodo appeared in Lewis Carroll's Alice in Wonderland. It's a character in that story. It kind of took on an almost mythical aspect for a while before it was actually intensely studied by scientists, you know? Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Oh, and neat, Dr. Hubbs. She toured the collections at Tar Pits Museum when I was working there. Very cool. Morgan Fairchild? I don't know. If you look up PBS The Dinosaurs on IMDb, you can figure out who the narrator was, and it might have been her. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Oh yeah. Starmus says people also didn't really look at species the way we do. They didn't care about the precise animal, but mostly cared about whether or not they could eat it. I have met plenty of people who still have that same exact attitude toward the natural world today. Frankly, that's kind of the attitude that our economic system hammers into people's heads. Can you exploit this animal for gain, for profit? That's not the way scientists think about things, clearly. Oh yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, how many times have we had the question, how would dinosaurs taste? And exactly. And every time I hear that question, every time I read that in the chat, my soul dies a little bit. I'll be honest. I hate that question. I really do. You know? But, yeah. Oh, hello, sweetie pie. Coming here to cheer us up. Thank you. How are you doing, sweetie? How are you doing, sweetie pie? What's going on with you? Yeah, look at what we got from Nell in the P.O. box. Let's open this up for you, huh? Yeah. Look at that. Oh, a catnip banana. What do you think of that? Let's take the wrapper off. There we go, sweetie pie. Look at that catnip-filled banana. Is that good stuff? Sorry, I don't think she likes that I have the fan on right now. Let me turn that off. Yeah. Look at that. She's like, I'm not used to bananas on the desk. What are we doing here? It's normally upstairs that she gets her bananas. Oh, here's a treat for you. Oh, look at that. Well, well, well. Good stuff. Let's get a few more treats for you, shall we? Look at those. Here we go. Look. Look at those treats. Huh? Are they not close enough for you? Or that's the ticket. She says, I need delivery. Here you go. Ooh, there we are. Yum yum. I must be fed by Good stuff. Lovely. Go Google him. It's not delivery, it's the greetings. The greetings. Ooh, good stuff, sweetie pie. Good stuff. And look. A post-meal banana for you. How's that? Yeah, there we go. Travel report from Antonio Pigafetta, member of the crew of Magellan. Oh, very cool. He reported on seeing some swans that dove into the water. Those could have been cormorants, too, Starman, potentially. I'm guessing here. But it also highlights how people dealt with encountering new animals. They called it a name they already knew and left it at that. Yeah. Yeah. The whole, like, scientific approach to studying organisms it's kind of a fairly new phenomenon. Not to be too high and mighty about it, you know? There were lots of people who were deeply interested in animals and other cultures around the world for a long time. But they may not have had the systematic approach that we have today. It's that kind of standardization across languages, across cultures. That's what science is all about today. Which is really cool. Trying to preserve this knowledge for posterity, too. So that we can build on it. So we don't have to start from scratch every generation, you know? Oh, Sweetie Pie. Well, Sweetie Pie had some snacks. I'm getting hungry myself. I didn't really have lunch today. So I'm gonna grab a quick snack for me, and then we'll get back into this paper here. We got sidetracked when we started talking about Megalosaurus. So, yeah, we'll return to this momentarily. But let me get some food for me. I don't think you'll want these, Sweetie Pie. You can smell it though. What's in there? What do you think? She's like, nope, I'm out of here. Sorry, sweetie. Here, take your banana. There we go. Oh, she loves it. See, she likes it when it's on the ground. She's like, why is the banana on the desk? I don't like this. I feel this is suspect. But you put the banana on the ground and she jumps on it. There you go, Jim Furno, yeah. That rule says nuts. Yeah. Speaking of which... Don't listen to him. All right. Nuts. I don't remember what movie it was, but it was where the Germans didn't speak English. It's like, nuts. Was ist nuts? Nuts is 9? Anywho, nuts. It's just, yeah. Sorry. Give me an opportunity to get a little bit more calories in. Get back to our paper here. That was a real thing, by the way. The National Archives Foundation. Surrender? Nuts. General Anthony McAuliffe's 1944 Christmas message to his troops. Yeah. On December 22nd, 1944, the American troops were sent an ultimatum from the German forces outside of the town, demanding their honorable surrender. Within 2 hours, General McAuliffe his reply was brief and succinct. To the German commander, nuts. Good on ya. Yeah. We're not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with us, says Mayor of Space. Yeah. Anyhow. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to our paper here. Sorry for the distraction there. 200 years after the naming of the first dinosaur, which was Megalosaurus. That's what got us off on that tangent there. What drove us to rabbit holing there a little bit. Taxonomic studies remain an important component of dinosaur research. So taxonomy is classification. It's trying to figure out which critters are the same, which are different, how they're related to one another, at least to a certain extent, and trying to make sense of things, trying to organize our thoughts about these organisms. Around 50 new dinosaurs are named each year. This is something I actually presented on at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting.
He's called Brontosaurus. Big fella, isn't he?
Last fall.
70 feet long.
Nazir Rose.
Tips the scales at a substantial 35.
Thank you for the follow there. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Yeah, this is one of the things I presented on at SVP last year at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting. There is my poster right there. Trying to chronicle how many different dinosaurs were named each year over the past decade. How many new genera of dinosaurs? There's me with that poster. I had a lot of fun. I designed this live on stream. Like, I was working on a lot of this stuff live on stream. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, around 50 new dinosaurs are named each year. I kind of wonder whether they cite my poster in this. There's a chance they don't. And are discovered from across the globe. Here, let's do a search. No, I'm not cited here. Oh well. The rate of new dinosaur discovery shows no signs of slowing, but not all geographical areas and temporal windows have been equally investigated. The potential for new dinosaur discoveries in India and Africa seems particularly high, while the Carnian, when dinosaurs probably originated, and the Middle Jurassic, when the major clades diversified, offer the best opportunities to make discoveries that will fundamentally change our understanding of dinosaur evolution. A major challenge to discovery of new dinosaurs is funding. Frontier fieldwork is sometimes viewed as too risky to fund. So frontier fieldwork is when you go out into new areas where you haven't found dinosaurs before. Maybe there's no dinosaurs that have been named from a particular geological formation. Let's send a crew out there and let's see what we can find. This is often seen as too risky. There's no guaranteed results there. If no dinosaurs have been named from there before, there's a chance of failure. There's a chance you won't find anything. This is kind of like our work in the Almond Formation. There are no dinosaurs named from the Almond Formation, but Ethan realized that there are fossils there, there are dinosaurs there. Let's go out and find them we have. We'll be continuing this field work next month, which I'm really excited about. Anyway, and basic taxonomic work is considered to lack impact. Basic taxonomic work is just trying to figure out, well, which dinosaurs belong to which groups? And are they new or are they not? Like, let's figure out, do species belong to particular genera? Are they the same? Are they different? All that stuff. As a consequence, we risk an extinction of experience, where researchers have limited training in the basic field and specimen-based research that underpins our discipline. Going forward, new remote sensing techniques, good luck with that, may help define prospective areas. I mean, maybe. That sounds a little optimistic to me. While three-dimensional scanning apps on smartphones allow us to quickly record field data. Sure, to a certain extent. Artificial intelligence is likely to be used increasingly for computed tomography segmentation and identification of problematic fossils. I really honestly doubt it'll be used for fossil ID. But for CT segmentation, sure. That's the sort of like brute force stuff that you could do with, you know, what people call AI. But fossil ID, I'll believe it when I see it. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And there you go, Kepler MN. Nice. Maybe that was the one I was thinking of. There you go. Nuts? Nuts East 9? Yeah. Alright. Yeah. We'll look through the paper real quick. This is right up my alley, though. This is cool stuff. First dinosaur to be named was Megalosaurus bucklandi in 1824. And the term dinosaur wouldn't even be invented for another 18 years. And the ensuing 200 years, discoveries of new dinosaurs continued at pace. Dinosaurs are now known from every continent, from their origins in the late Triassic to the extinction of all non-bird dinosaurs in the end Cretaceous. Yeah. For 140 million years.
It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir, in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
The Gem GM, thank you for the 9 months of support. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Good to have you here.
A dirter.
For 140 million years, throughout the Jurassic and Cretaceous, dinosaurs were the dominant vertebrates in all terrestrial ecosystems. Our understanding of this diversity is only possible because of exploratory fieldwork, field prospecting and excavation, and the specimen-based taxonomic and systematic research. Here we review the state of dinosaur taxonomy and systematics today, the prospects for discovery of new taxa through fieldwork and new taxonomic approaches, and where, both in time and space, we are most likely to find new taxa that will significantly add to our understanding of the evolution and radiation of dinosaurs. Cool stuff. This is really neat. Yeah. What geographical areas represent the frontier for new dinosaur explanation? So the parts of the world with the fewest known dinosaur fossils are Antarctica, Australia, India, and Madagascar. All parts of Gondwana, I hasten to add. So, when Earth's continents were all stuck together at the beginning of the age of dinosaurs, this massive supercontinent that today we call Pangaea. Pangaea meaning all Earth, and on the other side, Panthalassa, all ocean. throughout the age of the dinosaurs first evolve around this time, and then the continents start to break apart 220 million years ago, 170 million years ago, 150 million years ago, 120, and so on and so forth. The southern continents, South America, Africa, India, Madagascar, Antarctica, Australia, collectively known together as Gondwana, the southern supercontinent. There are far fewer dinosaurs known from Gondwana, from these southern continents, than from up north, North America, Europe, Asia. Gondwana is still underrepresented to this day. And it's no surprise that these are all Gondwanan continents that are mentioned here as potential new geographical areas for dinosaur discovery. Thank you, anonymous gifter. 5 gift subs there.
Away the ads for 5 lucky mammals.
5 lucky mammals in the chat. No more ads for them. Thank you, anonymous gifter. You are as generous as you are mysterious, and I appreciate you. We are, we're nowhere close to our sub goal for this week. But that helps us out a little bit. Thank you, anonymous gifter. We've got potential for a hype train here. Another minute and a half to try and get that started. Thank you, Murph. 10 gift subs there from the very generous Murph.
Murph is overloading the
Appreciate that,
system
Murph.
with 10 gift subs.
Look at this lovely Tinamu bird, heralding the arrival of 10, count them, 10 gift subs. Very excited about this. I am too. Get out of there, oh, shoot. Thank you, Murph. So, Murph's 10 and Anon's 5. That's 15. 3 5s. 15 chatters. Won't have to worry about any ads for the next month, and I really appreciate that. Not only did those lucky folks get an ad-free viewing experience and access to all the emotes for the next 30 days, but also that money goes toward helping to support me here. And holy moly, Sketchy Tracks! Thank you. 25 gift subs there.
It's the last time I'll play with a dinosaur.
Sketchy Tracks, thank you for that. Phenomenal. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks. Holy moly, we're at 83 out of 250 now. This is brilliant. And Rushwing, another 10.
Overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Rushwing. Again, look at this very excited theropod dinosaur here. Very, very excited. Oh, darn it! Thank you, Rushwing. 83 out of 250. With today's stream and maybe tomorrow's stream too, we stand a shot at maybe making our sub goal this week. Yeah. Excellent. Science needs funding. That's the least I can do. Thank you, Sketchy Tracks. I appreciate that. But again, this is literally how I make my living here on Twitch. This puts food on my table. Thank you for that. This is my full-time job, believe it or not. This is what allows me to do research and field work by doing outreach like this. So everybody who's just contributed, Rushwing and Sketchy Tracks, Murph and Anonymous Gifter, you're helping make this possible, and I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, and I will be streaming tomorrow, Deathsaurus, yeah. We're gonna be doing a special Friday stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be gone all next week, and even a few days after that. I'm actually going on vacation for the first time in half a decade or more. Really excited about that. like a real vacation. Really excited about it. So tomorrow since I'm gonna be on hiatus for over a week, we've got a special bonus stream tomorrow on Friday. We're gonna play a game of Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? It's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, but you know, trivia questions about what we've been talking about for the past month here on Twitch. So tune in then, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah. It'll be good. It'll be really good. Here, maybe, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? There we go. Let's play the opener real quick for Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. Shall we? Or Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist, rather. Nope, hang on, that's not it. It's this one. Nope, that's not it either. Nope, it's been a long time since I've done this. Hang on a minute here. No, that's not it either. Gosh darn it. Here, hang on just a second. I'm glad I'm checking these things now because we want it to work for tomorrow. There we go. So that'll be a special thing to look forward to tomorrow. I already started writing the questions out and everything. Ms. Art Rules, thank you for the 100 bits. Ms. Art Rules says, you definitely need the vacation, Danny. I appreciate the bits. What are you saying, Ms. Art Rules? Do I seem disheveled? Do I seem like I'm not on top of things? Thank you. 100 bits. Yeah, will I be wearing the suit too? You bet now. Yeah, just like old times. It's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah. You know how to do a vacation? I'm gonna have to learn, Dinosaur Dave. I'm gonna have to learn. Yeah. Yeah, lovely. And how long has it been since I've last played the ukulele? It's been a few months at least now. It's been probably over a year since I've done it on stream, though. It's been a while. Yeah. Anywho. So yeah, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist chat trivia game is tomorrow. Special Friday stream. Looking forward to that. It's gonna be real good. We'll see if chat wins the $1 million. It depends on how well people have been paying attention and learning. Yeah. Yeah. You have more than earned your vacation. Thank you, Boganang. No, I appreciate that. I still feel a little bit guilty being away for over a week, but again, June is going to be wall-to-wall fieldwork streams. I'm going to try and stream every single day in the month of June, live from the field in Wyoming. So, we'll see how that goes. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. Well, yeah, anyway. What geographical areas represent the frontier for new dinosaur exploration? The parts of the world with the fewest known dinosaur fossils are Antarctica, Australia, India, and Madagascar. I think in that order. Antarctica with the fewest, Australia is second fewest, India's got slightly more, and then Madagascar after that. I think these are in order. Yeah. An enormous combined landmass representing parts of the former supercontinent of Gondwana. Just 6 dinosaur taxa have been described from Antarctica, although there is at least one more that is currently undescribed. I think I heard about this at S3P this year. And there are fragmentary, indeterminate specimens that may represent others. 26 dinosaur taxa have been described to date in Australia, although the diversity is considered likely to have been higher. The earliest dinosaur discoveries in India and Madagascar occurred in the late 1800s, yet only 52 species have been named, and only 22 are considered valid today. Roughly speaking, not everybody's going to agree on the exact number. So I guess Australia does have more than... Yeah. Than India and Madagascar combined, although I think there's more... The number of fossil specimens is higher from India and Madagascar than it is from Australia. Yeah. Yeah, and Africa has still been pretty poorly sampled. This is cool stuff. I recommend anybody who's interested in new frontiers in dinosaur paleontology, read this paper. It's pretty accessible, too. There's not too much jargon in here. This is really neat. Yeah. Moreover, Gondwanan continents, especially Africa and India, have great potential to yield surprising new discoveries not only in these time intervals, but also across their entire Mesozoic history, as shown by many exciting recent discoveries such as Spicomelus, Chilesaurus, and Jacopil. This actually gives me the perfect excuse to show this off. When I was visiting St. George, I stopped in the grocery store down there, and what did I see on sale? But some dinosaur action figures for $10. I was able to pick this up. I couldn't resist. A Jacopil action figure. This is a recently named dinosaur. Jacopil, we still don't totally know what it looks like. There's still uncertainty over what kind of dinosaur it is, like what's the major group that it's from. Is this a Thyreophoran, an armored dinosaur? As you might guess based on the osteoderms? Or is it a ceratopsid, or some other kind of marginocephalian dinosaur? Jacopil is, it's a mystery. Here's the like official reconstruction that accompanied the scientific paper when it came out. We don't really know that the animal looked like this. The fossils are more fragmentary than we would like. So we're still figuring this out. More fossils, a more complete skeleton will hopefully help elucidate this in the future. But for the time being, Jacopil is still something of a mystery. There we go. So the parts in white in this diagram are the bones that we actually have. So lower jaw, some fragments of the skull, some osteoderms, a few limb pieces here and there, a couple of verts, some rib elements, hip stuff. From that, we have this reconstruction, but we don't know, we don't necessarily know how accurate that is. We don't have much information. So anyway, really funny that Jacob Peel. This is arguably the best thing to come out of the Jurassic World series. Is just this super wide-ranging series of toys that they've produced with some really obscure dinosaurs. There are some dinosaur-obsessed kids who are learning all about these obscure dinosaur taxons because of this series, and I think that's really cool. So yeah, did it have fancy eyelashes? We don't know whether or not it did, Claire. That part of the skull, that we don't even have the upper part of the skull, let alone soft tissues like eyelashes. But it's possible. Crimson Carnotaurus says it looks like something Lucasfilm would come up with as a pet. I mean, I suppose. Yeah. But this is our kind of our best approximation as to what this critter may have looked like so far. This will change if and when we get more fossils, better specimens. Yeah. And oh, they did have Tapejara there, Crimson Carnotaurus. Yeah, I remember that. I had that one. It was green. Anyhow. If by some miraculous chance you find some Xiphodont, Sebesic, crocodilomorph teeth on your Puerto Rico trip, don't be a stranger now. Of course, Alexander Morrison. And that's another piece of news that we might cover today, that one found on Hispaniola. Just published yesterday, I think? Yeah. And Starma asks, where are the fossils from Antarctica being kept? I think many of them are at the Field Museum. Let's look up Cryolophosaurus real quick, and we'll look at the prefix for those specimen numbers. That'll tell us what institution they're being kept at. I'm guessing it's the Field Museum in Chicago. Let's see here. Yeah, FMNH PR 1821. That's the Field Museum. There we go. There's the holotype there of Cryolophosaurus. So, and there's about as much as we have of the skeleton of this animal. That took a tremendous amount of work to get this out of the ground and get it safely back to the States. Yeah. Anyway, the Field Museum in Chicago has got some Antarctic fossils. And when are you going to Puerto Rico? Tomorrow. Neverwinter Fool? Tomorrow. I leave tomorrow night. Yeah. And do I know of any unpublished specimens of Jacopil? There's rumors that there are other bits and pieces that are out there. They may have even been referenced in a paper, but they've not been described yet. So we'll see. And rushing to the airport after stream, exactly, Claire Burr, yeah. And you're going there in December, very nice, Neverwinter, very cool. I'll be taking tons of photos, and I'll be sharing those on social media, maybe even on Discord. But check Blue Sky for that, it's gonna be good. Anyhow. Yeah. Back to our paper here. I'm excited to read this whole thing cover to cover later. Despite more than 200 years of exploration and discovery of dinosaurs, there are still many questions left to address. Much of the responsibility for this must sit with paleontologists themselves, as it is they who typically form editorial boards, sit on grant funding panels, review funding proposals and manuscripts, and decide how to train students. Thank you, Debleg FR. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontology. Yeah. And Bayuno, thank you for the hydrate. Appreciate that. Drink some water. It's very full. I gotta work on this. Anywho, yeah. Excellent paper here. Check it out. I really recommend, like, I know I like sharing the links for papers like this. I think it's really important for people to be exposed to the actual scientific literature. You know, getting things straight from the source rather than through a press release or a segment on the news or whatever. Here is the science unvarnished. When we as scientists are communicating ideas to one another, this is how we do it, is through peer-reviewed journal articles like this. Here's one here. I think you'll get a lot out of this if you want to sit down and read it. This is cool because it's a forward-looking paper saying, hey, here's new frontiers in dinosaur exploration, just like the title says. I love this kind of thing. I'm excited to read this on the plane tomorrow. In fact, I'm gonna grab that and there we go. I'll make sure I download that to my phone and maybe my laptop so I can read it on the plane. Yeah, good stuff. And we've also got another exciting piece of fossil news here. Here we go. This one's for you, Alexander Morrison. 6 million-year-old fossils of terrestrial apex predator discovered in Dominican Republic on the island of Hispaniola. This apex predator is a type of cebecid crocodiliform with South American origins, according to new research led by the Florida Museum of Natural History. And is there a website that collects paleontological papers like JSTOR does for the social sciences? Not that I'm aware of, Starman, no. I think paleontology is pretty small, and a lot of the papers are not open access. So yeah. Anywho, these are really cool. So these cebecid crocodilians are I was hoping there was an animation there, but anyway, big terrestrial crocky guys that were walking around and kind of filling some of the same niches that the non-avian dinosaurs did back in the day. This is crocs trying to be dinosaurs to a certain extent, gobbling up mammals and stuff, and some of them are around not too long ago in the grand scheme of things. 6 million years ago is around the time that our ancestors split off from chimps. So in the whole scheme of the history of life on Earth, that's pretty recent. Yeah. And Debleg FR says, hi from France. Hello from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area, or should I say, welcome, Deb. It's good to have you. I'm not staying long because it's 2 a.m. Yeah, go get some sleep. Sleep is important. But I found you in the recommended section while not logged in. So I'm not sure why, but I love paleontology. It's a very interesting happenstance. It is. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for following. we're going to be digging up fossils live on stream in less than a month now. So tune in the whole month of June. I'm going to be out there in the field digging up dinosaurs and other critters live on stream. I hope you can be here for that. I'm really looking forward to being able to do that kind of science outreach again. This will be my 3rd or 4th year of doing that out in the field. Much of the summer is going to be spent doing live streams from the Badlands of Wyoming and Utah, maybe some other places too. So I'm excited. Anyway, Deb, thanks for being here.
Really spectacular. Spared no expense.
And thank you, Mark Melbourne, for gifting Deb Leg FR.
Mark Melbourne gifted a tier 1 sub to Debleg FR. They have
Good
given
stuff.
283 gift subs in the channel.
Yeah. And Crimson Carnotaurus says, these low-key look like something you get in the Triassic before dinosaurs took over. Yeah. They are a similar body plan, very similar, really, to things like the Postasuchids and the Rawasuchians and critters like that from before the dinosaurs and from around the time of the first dinosaurs, rather. Yeah, it's a similar idea. Although these guys, I think, are more closely related to true crocodilians today. They are still just crocodilomorphs and not true crocodiles, but they are, they are closer to our true crocs nowadays, as I understand it. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison says Barinasuchus and Pantaniasuchus are the largest predators in their ranges, geographically and temporally. Yeah, no, they're really cool. Barinasuchus is huge. Yeah, this animal was enormous. It's interesting, and they get bigger than any land-living mammalian carnivore. There's something about mammals where they just don't seem to get particularly large in like carnivore roles in the Cenozoic. These guys, by contrast, yeah, they're bigger. Pantaniasuchus, there we go. Yeah, these guys were enormous. Cool to think about, you know? Crocs, they're pretty neat. Bigger than Andrewsarchus? Like twice as big, Dr. Morbius, yeah. Yeah, so Andrewsarchus is like this, you know. It's like about the size of maybe a grizzly bear, something like that. Yeah. Barinasuchus, larger. By some estimates, maybe like twice as large. But again, still not known from super complete material, so there's a lot that we still don't know about these critters. Ms. Ariel says, what was it eating? So these guys were feeding on some of the other animals in their environment. Things like Astrapatheres, nodoungulates, even like early horsey guys and stuff like that. Yeah. Pretty neat. 1,600 to 1,700 kilos estimates for Barinasuchus. That's nuts, Alexander Morrison. Wow. Yeah. And 6 meter conservative measurement, mind you, that could have been even larger. Yeah, especially since these guys are not known from the most complete remains and not known from very many specimens. There very well might be larger ones found in the future. Barinasuchus's body length has been estimated, based on comparisons with other crocodiliforms, at between 6 and 10 meters. Although smaller estimates of 3 to 4 meters have been suggested too. Pretty neat. Yeah. So anyway, these guys are known from South America during the Cenozoic, but now they're also known from the Caribbean? Like, that's a big deal. This apex predator is considered a type of cebecid crocodiliform with South American origins, found in the DR, the Dominican Republic. Cebecids were the last surviving members of Notosuchia, a large and diverse group of extinct crocodiliforms with a fossil record that extends back into the age of dinosaurs. Notice they say crocodilians here. I said crocodiliforms. I think this is technically incorrect. They're not true crocodilians, they are crocodiliforms, or crocodilomorphs. Cebecids acted like carnivorous dinosaurs, sprinting after prey on their 4 long, agile limbs and tearing through flesh with their notorious teeth. Some species could reach 6 meters or 20 feet in length and had protective armor made of bony plates embedded in their skin, osteoderms. It's like modern crocs. The end Cretaceous mass extinction that wiped out non-avian dinosaurs nearly destroyed Notosuchians as well. They barely make it through that. In South America, only the cebecids endured, and with the dinosaurs gone, they quickly rose to be the apex predators. The opening seas separating the Caribbean islands and mainland South America would have posed a serious challenge for a terrestrial cebecid to swim across. In the new study, Florida Museum of Natural History paleontologist Jonathan Block and his colleagues examined a 6 million-year-old fossilized tooth and vertebrae of a cebecid crocodiliform collected at the locality of Paleo Pond on Sabana Grande de Boya, Dominican Republic. The first question that we had when these teeth were found in the Dominican Republic and the other islands of the Caribbean was, what are they? Dr. Block said. The authors also studied 18 million-year-old teeth from Cuba and a 29 million-year-old tooth from Puerto Rico. Well. In finding the fossils, we revealed possible evidence in support of the Garlandia hypothesis, they said. What is this? I don't know about this. News to me. This theory suggests a pathway of temporary land bridges or a chain of islands once allowed land animals to travel from South America to the Caribbean. If the serrated teeth discovered on other Caribbean islands also belong to a cebecid, the history of these giant reptiles extends beyond the Dominican Republic. They would have occupied and shaped the region's ecosystems for millions of years. Yet today you'd be hard-pressed to find evidence of the large terrestrial predators. In their absence, smaller endemic predators like birds, snakes, and crocodiles have evolved to fill the gap in the food chain. You wouldn't have been able to predict this looking at the modern ecosystem, Dr. Block said. The presence of a large predator is really different than we imagined before, and it's exciting to think about what might be discovered next in the Caribbean fossil record as we explore back further in time. The team's paper was published in Proc B, Proceedings of the Royal Society B. And what do you know? Holy cow. Good on them. It's open access.
Access granted.
Yeah. A South American cebecid from the Miocene of Hispaniola documents the presence of apex predators in early West Indies ecosystems. So again, this is long after the extinction of the non-bird dinosaurs. You had these big crocky guys doing their big crocky thing on these Caribbean islands. Pretty neat. So let's take a look at the photos here. They should have figures. Oh, they did scans. Nice. So 1 vert, 2 verts, and a tooth. Siphon on teeth there. Huh. Pretty neat. It also raises the question, like, is there a chance these guys would have persisted after their extinction on the mainland sometimes islands can provide what we call a refugium. So like a place where species can survive, or groups can survive after they've gone extinct on the mainland. Where conditions remain the same, enough for them to be able to make a living, long after their relatives on the mainland are gone. I wonder if that could be the case here too. Whether these guys existed after their mainland counterparts. This idea that they're not only existing on the Dominican Republic, but also Puerto Rico and Cuba as well, that's pretty neat. We'll probably be talking a little bit about insular dwarfism, island gigantism, unique faunas found on islands. We'll probably do that tomorrow before we start Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist. I look forward to that. It's going to be cool. It's going to be real cool. And I don't really... Yeah, can you recommend a good paleontology podcast? Preferably with similar chill, dulcet vibes to stream? I can't really say I know any off the top of my head. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. Do some Googling there. Do some internet searches by, you know. Hopefully you'll find something. Yeah. And Nightlife Nico, glad you got a gift sub there. That's lovely. Yeah. Anyway. Neat stuff. Again, if you want to read about these cool ancient crocs, here's a link to that press release there, from which you can get the paper too. There's a lot of interesting fossils from that seaway that is cutting through Colombia and Peru on those maps. I'm not really sure, comes in Carnotaurus. That's outside of my realm of expertise. I need to go and read that paper. I don't know. Good question. Anywho, I've got some packing to do for the trip tomorrow evening. I've got other stuff I gotta take care of tonight, so... Oh, including... I got a very exciting email from Twitch a couple days ago that I need to respond to. So I'll be doing that tonight and tomorrow. So we're gonna continue along here. We're gonna jump into Thursday BIRDSday here in just a minute. So, well, let's go ahead and do that. Thursday BIRDSday begins right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, Dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday.
Happy Thursday BIRDSday, everyone. Let's take a look at some of these bird photos posted by members of this community. It's something I look forward to every week. Let's see what we got here. And given that we're starting a little bit early today, we won't have to be quite as rushed, which I'm happy about too. Here we go. From Chaotic Time Traveler, new bird at the window today. There were a pair of them. The anti-bird strike measures obscure the face. They had striking yellow eyebrows. My best guess is that they were white-throated sparrows. Zonotrichia albicollis. Interesting. It's hard to say, but very cool. Nice birding there, Chaotic Time Traveler. Thanks for posting. Yeah. Elenia says, I love the dots on the window to keep the birds from flying into it. Yeah. That's thoughtful there. Preventing bird strikes. Good stuff. Yeah. And they were definitely white-throated sparrows. Very nice, Chaotic Time Traveler. Good work. Good IDing there. Very nice. And Nell has got, well, a customer here at the fish shop. Mom sent me these from her wedding anniversary trip to the Netherlands a few days ago. I never realized herons didn't have fully webbed feet. No, they don't. No, they've got those spreading toes, like a lot of marsh birds do. Yeah, very nice. He's just like, yeah, don't mind me. I'm just hanging out here. I would like to purchase some fish, please. Yeah. Nice. Translations. Kibling kabeljau is cod street food. So this cheeky bird wants to steal a snack, of course. Nice. Now this is great. Roseanne says, 1 human meal of fish, please. Yes. Nice. And that is indeed a great blue heron. Yes, indeed, in that sense. Here, let's pull up our tree of life and we'll jump around to these different birds. We had the white-throated sparrows. Looks at them up first. Donotrichia here. There we go. White-throated sparrow there, like Chaotic Time Traveler posted. Very nice. And then let's jump to our great blue heron, which I think is genus Ardea, right? Yeah, Ardea Herodias. Excellent. And it's a gray heron, says Nell. Oh, is it? Well, well, well. Okay. Great blue heron. Ardea Herodias. We're saying this is a gray heron. Ardea cinerea. Same genus, different species. Huh. Interesting. And Neverwinter Fool says, I don't think it's a great blue if it's in the Netherlands. Maybe a gray heron. That would make more sense. Yeah, okay. Here. Gray heron versus great blue heron. Blue heron, gray heron. This great blue heron versus gray heron. Fight! I doubt they have the opportunity to fight very much, because I think they might be geographically isolated. Although maybe their ranges do overlap in places. I don't know. Let's see. Gray heron. Native throughout temperate Europe and Asia, also parts of Africa. Huh. Now, great blue heron. North and Central America, as well as northwestern South America, the Caribbean, and the Galapagos. It is occasionally found in the Azores and is a rare vagrant to Europe. Okay, so I guess the ranges don't overlap very much, and so you probably won't see them fight very often. But gray heron, I'm looking at the bill, much more yellow right in front of the eye. Let's see if that's what we see here. Hard to say. But yeah, I'll buy that. That's a gray heron. Nice. And Nell says blues are occasional visitors that get blown over. Yeah. Vagrants, as we call them. But anyway, cool stuff. Thank you for posting, Nell. This is great. Now Charcone has got a little house sparrow. Doing some Santa Claus cosplay, perhaps? Little house sparrow Ho-Ho has aspirations of becoming a chimney swift. Oh. Very nice. House sparrow, that is Passer domesticus. Let's find them on our tree. Also called the English sparrow. These guys are invasive in North America. But they are, man, are they successful. House sparrow, Passer domesticus. They picked a really nice looking photo, actually. Much more vibrant than they often look. Very nice, Charcone. That's good stuff. Yeah. Andy's the one who's got, oh, the birds, they're maturing. Very cool to see them growing up there. Andy's the one. Thank you for sharing with us. We were getting some photos of these guys last week. They didn't look this mature. They grow up so fast, you know? Huh. And Wombat Hole says, not all tree. No! Is that a frogmouth right there? I think it might be. Chat, can you spot the bird here? I feel like Dora the Explorer right now. ¿Dónde está el pájaro? ¿Piensas está aquí? ¿Dónde está el pájaro? This is it right here. Connie Frogmouth. Yeah, these guys are so cool. Here. So, if I recall correctly, they're related to nightjars, nighthawks. Yeah, they are super cool. Tawny Frogmouth. They could be very well camouflaged. Just look like a tree branch. So, frogmouths here. 15 species of them, wow. But they are they not related to nighthawks? Shoot, maybe not. No, they are. Okay, right? Frogmouths? Nightjars, nighthawks, and frogmouths. So they're okay. They're not super distantly related. They're pretty close. That makes sense. Yeah. What a cool group of birds. Tawny frogmouth. We've shown this video before, but I'm going to show it again.
High up in Australia's tree canopy lives the grumpiest, grouchiest, and surliest little assassin in the world.
It's a little Muppet.
With giant, exaggerated features, these cantankerous cranks can disappear into their surroundings, ready to strike when the moment suits them.
Looks like an owl, says Sparky
That's
Pugwash.
my
They're not
favorite,
related to owls, though.
This is the grumpy cat of birds, the tawny frogmouth.
Why are they called frogmouth? Because they've got a really wide mouth. It's like a frog. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Danielle Dufault, and you're watching Animal Logic.
Frogmouths are a family of nocturnal predatory birds related to nightjars.
They're so cool. There we go.
There are
yeah,
14 individual species, and they're found throughout the Indo-Pacific region.
Nice.
And I got to meet one of the 2 Australian species, the tawny frogmouth.
Very cool.
I think I'm getting some side-eye from this tawny frogmouth. I'm definitely getting side-eye.
And Petrodactylus, thank you for the 32 months of support there. Brilliant.
Happy
Ontogeny.
birthday, Thursday. Still so exciting that the dig site isn't going to be bulldozed after all.
I know, right?
You all did a great job getting the word out and gaining lots of support.
Very proud of this community. Thank you, Petrodactylus. Thank you for helping make that possible through your continued support, too. It means a lot. It really does. Thank you, thank you. And DK Hype, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome. Good stuff.
You right?
Yeah, little patio like this.
So this friend here is a tawny frogmouth. And despite how much he might look like an owl,
Not related
it's
to
not even
owls.
related. It's actually
Yeah.
part of the nightjar family. You know, this is definitely a case of convergent evolution. So they end up looking similar, but stem from completely different lineages.
Despite looking like an owl that's gone through Mario Party's facelift, they couldn't be more different. Unlike owls, which
familiar with
have
that
powerful talons for grasping and tearing at prey, tawny frogmouths have gone another route.
See, his head is about half the size of his body, and the reason for that is because they have gigantic mouths. His
Look at that.
beak is actually fairly short,
It's like a
but
banana
it's
color on
really
the
wide. So when he opens his beak, he's got a gigantic cavernous mouth in there. He uses that rather than using its claws. So the little claws on their feet are not meant for hunting. The way that they hunt is all with the face. This big wide beak with a hook on the end is what they use to...
Oh, hang on a sec. Here. Alright, sorry about that. Yeah.
Scoop up and hold tight. Ooh.
And hold tight to their prey, using their large mouth rather than their talons. Unlike owls, which generally are smash and grab ambush predators, tawny frogmouths let their prey, primarily insects and small mammals, come to them.
They prefer delivery over takeout.
These birds are mimics. The inside of their mouths are bright yellow, but it's not just a sense of style, it's allure.
See that bright yellow in the beak? Well, that combined with these whisker-like feathers all around its face, it's supposed to emulate
I know, right? How about
like
a
a
scenario?
flower.
Super cool.
Now, what likes flowers? Insects.
Yep.
But they're not simply aggressive mimics. They also use mimicry to blend in.
Yeah, so this takes us to our point here.
They have a lot of great...
Remember this photo right here from Wombat Hole of a tawny frogmouth in the wild, presumably. It's like on a eucalyptus tree. It really does just look like it's part of the branch there. It's nuts.
Control over the feathers on their body and on their head. So if they want to try and blend in, they can flatten themselves out and become extremely sleek. You can see he almost looks like a branch that's extending off of this main branch.
Look at that. It really does, especially here in this photo. Very, very cool. Thank you, Wombat Hole, for posting, giving us an opportunity to talk about these guys. Here's a link to that video for anybody who wants to watch the rest of it. Really, really neat group of birds. Tawny frogmouths. Pretty awesome. Thank you, Wombat Hole, for posting. Moxie Drinker says, I had a visitor at my office back porch, a mourning dove. Yes, indeed. From the dove family, Columbidae. We've got some of these that will visit our house. There's two of them, maybe a mated pair. And they love to hang out there, and it's always a joy to see them. Let's find them on our Tree of Life here. Mourning doves. The dove family. Not too distant, I think, from city pigeons, from Columbolivia. Very nice. Yeah. A lot of species of doves. Quail doves. Doves are more speciose than I realized. Shoot. So many species of doves. 308 species of doves. 308. That's so many doves. That's really cool. Until my girl saying, oh Lord. They do have a very kind of feminine quality about them. I don't know. They're just so gentle, so yeah. They're funny. I like them a lot. Moxie Drinker, thanks for posting. Yeah. And Alexander Morrison has got a grackle parent feeding its two chicks. Best quality version? All right. Oh, look at this. Look at that raucous youngster. I wonder what the food is there. It looks like a big insect, maybe? Could even be a small vertebrate. I don't know. Looks like the baby's almost having difficulty swallowing it. If I'm looking at this correctly. Neat stuff. Thanks, Alexander Morrison. Thanks for posting. It's cool to see behavior like this in birds for Thursday BIRDSday. Very cool. Good stuff. It looks like a caterpillar to you. Nice, Terrific Pig. Okay, that would make a lot of sense. Alexander Morrison says, should have mentioned that my birds here seem to be common grackles, and that parent is feeding the chicks a frog. Well, okay. Common grackle. Genus Quisculus. Those guys are over here, pretty far away from our doves. Nice. Quiscalus quiscula. Neat. Good stuff. Thanks, Alexander Morrison. Excellent. And Ms. Art Rules There she is right here with a... Holy cow! Could we get some cassowary emotes going in the chat? It's a cassowary. And there's our rules. Good timing here.
That's me, and at Leechress we meet thanks to your stream because he wanted to help out in the St. George dig and now he is my BF. Bro, thank you for all you do, Danny. Have fun on your trip.
Holy moly, Ms. Art Rules, congratulations. That is very sweet. Well. My goodness. That warms my heart. That makes me really happy. Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. Phenomenal. You met because of the streams. That's beautiful. Wow. Pretty special. Pretty special. And Lordy.
Playing tag with you, iguanodon.
Bits for cassowary.
Thank you, Lordy, for the 100 bits there. Cassowary, really exciting. This is one of my very favorite animals of any kind. They're so cool. Pretty neat. Pretty darn. This is like the holy grail of Thursday BIRDSday birds. Honestly, is Cassowarius cassowarius, the southern cassowary. Ms. Art Rules, you and Lee Trace got to see that. That's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Phenomenal. Lovely. That makes me really happy. Mayor Space, you did arrive just in time for your birds. Mayor Space's last Friday, I went kayaking in the Indian River Lagoon. These guys were there. Wow. Unmistakable. Of course, these guys are, what do we call them, chat? No, of course, these are flamingos. Very cool, Mayor Space. Very, very cool. I don't think they are endemic. I don't think they're native to Florida, right? Interesting that they're... That's a whole big group of them, too. That's not like one vagrant. There's so many. I wonder if they're establishing a breeding colony there. In reading up on my Caribbean birds prior to my trip to Puerto Rico, I learned that there are a few populations of flamingos that are starting to make a living and starting to nest in Puerto Rico and some other Caribbean islands too. I wonder if they've made their way up into Florida also. As Tony Montana would call them, pelicans. Really? I've never seen that movie. And they're pretty rare, mostly native to Cuba. Sometimes they get blown north by hurricanes. Interesting, Neverwinter. Interesting. Pretty neat. Awesome. And Lise Lemon says, I don't recall what birds I saw in Puerto Rico, but I did see an iguana on the side of an old fortress. That sounds really neat, Lee Lemon. It sounds like Yeah, probably a green iguana. I'm sure I'll see a bunch. I can't wait. I've never actually seen green iguanas in the wild. And Mayor Space says they're up here in Central Florida now. Flamingos? That's pretty neat. Pretty neat. And Starma says, I didn't know flamingos lived in the Americas, too. Yeah, Chile has a lot of flamingos. Let's see if we can find a video. Chilean flamingos. Here we go. The Lincoln Park Zoo. Chilean flamingos get their beautiful color from the food they eat, like algae and small crustaceans such as crabs and shrimp. That's loud. Yeah, we're gonna provide our own tunes, actually. Flamingos took a tour of the deserted Denver Zoo in Colorado, recently released footage shows. This might be during COVID. Yeah, 5 years ago. This is probably during lockdown. They explored the facility, which has been closed to the public since March 17th. So what species of flamingo are those in Florida? I don't know, Starma. That's a good question. These guys are really vibrant, probably because they've got like artificial color additives in their food. Because they get the coloration from their food. From like a supplement. That would be why these guys are so vibrant. But, yeah. I don't know if I can show this. Are there going to be swear words or anything? I've not seen the clip before. I'm not going to give it a first watch. Not live on stream. It says the American flamingo. Interesting, Starma. American flamingo. Animal Fact Files.
Today on Animal Fact Files, we're discussing American flamingos. Originally,
Nice.
American flamingos were classified as the same species as the greater flamingo. However, that classification has since changed, and the two are considered separate species as of this recording.
Cool.
Like their greater flamingo relatives, American flamingos are some of the largest flamingos alive today. These birds stand upwards of 5 feet tall and weigh anywhere from 4 to 8 pounds. American flamingos, however, can be told apart from greater flamingos because they're exceptionally pink.
5 feet tall, and they can weigh, what was it, 4 to 8 pounds? That's probably larger than half of chat. Watching right, not collectively, but you know, yeah.
Tall and weigh anywhere from 4 to 8 pounds.
See, Rainstorm First says, so they are me size. I'm 5'1". There you go. Yeah. They might even be heavier.
American flamingos, however, can be told apart from greater flamingos because they're exceptionally pink. They're often touted as the pinkest of the flamingos, with their bright neck and tail feathers. American flamingos have pink
Dr. Irrefutable says, can confirm, I am a hummingbird. Okay, you heard it here.
legs and pink beaks with a black tip. As their name implies, these birds live in the Americas. In fact, these are the only flamingos found in North America, and there has been a lot of controversy about whether or not they should be considered a Florida native. Records indicate that large flocks of American flamingos were once found in abundance throughout southern Florida. However, hunting pressure likely extirpated them from this range. Today, they're making a comeback. However, it's unclear what their status should be, native or not. There are few records of American flamingos using Florida as a breeding site. However, some evidence suggests eggs may have been collected there prior to 1900. Some claim those spotted today are simply escaped captives. However, trends suggest that the American flamingo's population is increasing in the United States.
Nice.
American
How long until they get to
flamingos
California?
are also known as Caribbean flamingos, and this also alludes to their range. These
So let's look them up on our Tree of Life here real quick. American flamingo. There we go. Phenacopterus rubere. Nice. Phenacopterus rubere, the American flamingo. Nice. I might even get to see some of these in Puerto Rico. That would be super cool.
These birds live from southern North America, eastern Central America, and northern South America. They're also present on the Galapagos Islands. American flamingos don't migrate per se, however, they are considered nomadic. They'll move to a new location to access food. All flamingos, not just the American species, prefer salty, shallow water. They'll pick salt water over fresh water and can actively live in water that's double the saltiness of the ocean. American flamingos like salt marshes, mudflats, shallow lakes, and more, where they can wade and stir up their favorite foods from the bottom of the water column.
Nice.
American flamingos eat small crustaceans, algae, plant seeds, and more. Their color comes from their diet. In fact, captive flamingos are generally less saturated than their wild counterparts. They use their hook-shaped bill to filter small food particles out of the water by bending over, splashing their feet, and swinging their upside-down head from side to side. The inside...
Yeah, their head, well, they turn their head upside down and they go like that. You know how it works. Very cool. I'll give you a link to this. Animal Fact Files. That's some good videos. There's a link right there. And allegedly there's a pair that hangs out in South San Diego. Very cool, those animals. Nice. I've got some of that feeding action in my video, says Mayor of Space. Let's take a look again. Nice, there we go. You can see them kind of doing the stepping thing, kicking up mud, kicking up invertebrates to feed upon formidable predators. These flamingos. They terrorize those little crustaceans, I am sure. But yeah. Pretty neat. Thanks for posting, Mayor Space. Good stuff. And another mourning dove there from Dr. Irrefutable. Lovely. What a handsome little bird. Gotta love those mourning doves. Let's jump from flamingo to mourning dove again on our tree. Again, showing you the incredible breadth of the... Oh, interesting, actually. That's not that big a leap. From mourning doves to flamingos. They would have been further away than I would expect them to be further away than they are. Interesting. Huh. And Starma says, where I live, seagulls use that patterning to trick earthworms to come to the surface. How very sneaky and duplicitous of them. Tricking worms like that. Have they no decency? That's neat. I guess, yeah, that might be mimicking like the pattern of rainfall that'll make earthworms come to the surface so they don't drown. Interesting that gulls would do that. I wonder how they learned that, you know? That's a pretty neat behavior. You can see why gulls are considered sacred animals in the state of Utah. And there are various golden graven images made in their honor in the capital city of Salt Lake City. We'll talk about that before I go back to Utah. Yeah. I'm mostly joking. Although there are golden statues to gulls throughout Salt Lake Valley. I'll try to film one if I can. I live near the coast, so they are very common. That would be really cool to see, Starma. I'd love to see that. Yeah. Salamander says, I'm convinced that gulls would learn to carjack if they realized that fast food shipments came in trucks. Yeah. Yeah. Start feeding on DoorDash drivers. Anyway, cool, Dr. Irrefutable. Another morning dove. Lovely. Classic Thursday BIRDSday bird. Good stuff. And Rushwing's got a new visitor to the yard. What is this? A black-faced cuckoo shrike. I've seen them occasionally fly over or high up on power lines, but this is the first time I've seen one so close. Very cool, Rushwing. Very cool. What a handsome bird. Some great photos here. There's two of them there. A male and a female, presumably. Black-faced cuckoo shrike. We are over here. Nice. Coracina Nova Hollandiae. So are these from, these have got to be from Australia, right? That species name would suggest as much. New Holland. Native to Australia and southern New Guinea. Very nice, Rushwing. Very, very nice. Yeah. Oh, the other one is a wattle bird. Oh, thank you, Gweber. Gweber. That's a wattle bird on the left. Interesting. Huh. Such cool birds in Australia. You really do. We've got cool birds here in California as well, but I feel like Australia has got a more novel avifauna than North America does. So many cool birds from Australia, including cassowaries and emus. And Cacklin's Werf says, another one of my walks. I'll mark some bird highlights. We'll look at, let's say, 3 of these. I want to see that greenfinch. Let's go to 1640. Let's see that gadwall. Some hopefully relaxing viewing here. Take a look at this video. You want some relaxing nature walk stuff. Lovely landscape here. There we go. And who is this? A Gadwall couple in Zaltbomel's 17th century moat. Well. Looks a lot like a mallard. Is this... That's not a Dutch name for mallard, is it? Is it a distinct, different bird? Gadwall. Let's look up Gadwall on our Tree of Life. It's going to be part of Anatidae, I presume. Yeah, Anas, so same genus as the mallard. The females of Gadwall and mallard all look alike, says Cacklinsworth. The male is different. Nice. Yeah, Gadwall, there we go. Anas strepera. Sister species to the falcated duck. Nice. And the Eurasian widgeon. Looks very round, that bird. Peculiar. Nice. Okay. So yeah. So this is from the same clade as mallards. I guess they split from mallards and gadwalls split about 5.5, 6 million years ago, something like that. Nice. Let's look at that greenfinch, 4736. 47. Like a castle there, almost. Greenfinch. Nice. Turn the sound up. There's the greenfinch. Beautiful. Let's look up greenfinch on our tree of life as we continue to listen. European greenfinch. There we go. Cardulus chloris. Thank you, Cacklinsworth. This is good stuff. I appreciate it. Very nice. Lovely. And Petrodactylus, we have got my state bird here, California quail. Lovely. Look at these goofy guys. Oh man, you gotta love California quail. They're pretty cool. And just the way that they run around, they've got this very kind of like goofy aspect to them. Got them up here in central Washington as well. Nice. I presume those are California quail. I think there are a few other species of quail on the continent, but I'm not familiar with them. And hello, Mini Pie. How are you doing?
This is a Californian quail, known as the valley quail. They have small head and bill, and they are short-necked game birds. California quail have this little feather thing upon their heads.
Feather thing. I think it's called a crest, isn't it? Here, this is a very charming little video. Here's a link to that. Here we go. California quail. Party hats, it says Petrodactylus. Fair. Yeah. Oh. Gotta love quail. They're so cool. California quail is a ground-dwelling bird of sagebrush and open woodland areas of the West. It is adapted well to urban development and readily visits residential backyards and gardens. Oh. Look at the little baby. Little quail chick. Originally restricted to California and Oregon, populations of California quail have been successfully introduced to Washington and British Columbia, eastward to Idaho, Nevada, and Utah. Nice. Oh, you're adorable. And holy cow, this video has 1.2 million views. And yet the channel has only 2,000 subscribers? How does that happen? Huh. I've got more subscribers in this channel, and yet this one video has got like 1,000 times as many views as all of my videos combined, probably. I don't know about that, but yeah. I wonder if there's like part of the California state curriculum for elementary school or something that includes this video link. There's got to be some explanation there. I don't know. I will give you the link and you can investigate, chat. There you go. But we've got a landlord visit occurring right now. I think Mini Pie here is in need of some treats. What do you think, Minnie? What do you think? Do you like that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Let's get you some treats. Time to pay up to the landlord here. Oh, yeah. There we go. Good stuff. And YouTube is weird, Ms. Art Rules. Yeah. You can get 1 million views on a video and only have 1,000 subscribers. It's... yeah. Wow, good stuff, Minnie? You just scarfed those up. You're so hungry after you lost your lunch earlier. Oh boy. Look what we got for you. Special gift from Twitch chat. Look at this. A banana. Minnie Pie's like, oh, I don't mind if this banana's on the desk. I'll have it just the same. Sweetie Pie's like, no, floor bananas only. But Minnie Pie... oh, yeah. Ooh. That's the stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Lovely. Oh, it fell in a little crevasse over there. Let me put it nearer to Minnie Pie on the floor. It's funny, she also prefers the banana to be on the floor. I don't know why that is. She's pawing it, licking it. Oh, she loves it. Thank you again, Nell. That was very thoughtful. That was from Nell, right? The banana. And actually, look at the. Yes, it was from Nell. Thank you again, Nell. And Marika says, did you say something about the thick neck Elasmosaurus theory last stream? I didn't. I got distracted. Let's talk about that right now. Paleo stream. Joshua Knupe, paleo artist from Germany, who streams here on Twitch. He was talking about this on social media the other day. There we go. So, this has become kind of a meme online. That whole penguin long neck thing just got me thinking, you know? So, penguin skeleton. Long neck right here, but it doesn't look like it has a super long neck because it's so thick. Oh, maybe this is true of brachiosaurs as well. And other sauropods, maybe they're just super chunky like that. Joshua's not having it. He says, people always joke about this. You don't realize the shape of the penguin is largely because it's living and moving underwater. Using this logic on elasmosaurs makes way more sense, and I'm not even joking. No, I've actually heard this from several researchers. Yeah, who work on these guys. He says, this is not the maximum amount you can go, but here are some examples from me, his own art, applying more soft tissue to plesiosaurs than they're usually given. So rather than having like a super thin long neck, instead just thickening it up. Here's a short neck plesiosaur here. Makes a lot of sense for these guys too. But I like this. I think it makes a lot of sense. It just helps streamline them. Would make them more efficient swimmers. I think there is a growing consensus that this is what these guys were actually like. May have even been thicker than this. You know, you might just have a very gradual tapering from the head to the big barrel-shaped body. Yeah. Pretty cool. Oh, Mini Pie. Mini Pie, you knocked the banana down. Let me get that for her again. Let me get it for you. Oh, there you go. Oh, she's loving that banana. Oh, man. She's like, what a treat. In Danny's room? Yes. Thank you again, Mel. She loves it. Anywho, good stuff. I'll give you a link to this post here from Joshua. There you go. Yeah. And is Mini Pie filled with rage again? No, that's Sweetie Pie. I was kidding. Sweetie Pie's very sweet, as her name would imply. Oh, Mini Pie just licking that banana. Oh, there you go. Here. I took a couple photos. Let me pull them up. She is going nuts over that. Refresh this. Refresh this. And then they'll pop up, hopefully. Action shot. She's loving it. Oh, man. Yeah. There she is, kicking it with her hind feet. Yeah. Oh, Mini Pie. Good stuff. Anyway, let's continue with our birds, shall we? California quails. Thank you again, Petrodactylus, for posting. These are lovely. Gotta love quails. They're so cool. And Sedulos has got no pictures but a sound recording for me. You can hear a Eurasian blackcap very close, but also a common cuckoo in the background. In France, there are two kinds of birds associated with the return of spring. The swallows and the cuckoo. Cuckoo are easy to hear, but are tricky to spot. There is a saying in my area. If you have a coin in your pocket, the first time of the year that you hear a cuckoo, you will be set for the year. If not, you won't have any money. Interesting. So again, birds can be harbingers of great fortune or of disaster. But I can assure you that that's not an efficient way to make money, trust me. Also, cuckoo are parasitic birds. Yep, they do nest parasitism. This is great. Here, let's have a listen. Turn our volume up. So, Eurasian blackcap right there. Let's play this again. Eurasian blackcap and a common cuckoo. Nice. I gotta turn the volume up higher. Oh, you can hear the cuckoo. Cuckoo, cuckoo. That's this guy. Nice. Thanks for posting, Sedulos. Very nice. Now from Loon 700, we've got a comb-crested... Is it Jacana or Hakana? Iridipara gallinaceae chick. From Kakadu National Park. Very nice. Comb-crested... Is it Jacana or Hakana? I'm guessing it's Hakana. Oh, yeah. Oh, man, these guys are so weird and cool. Yeah, so, you know, most birds have just 2 legs. But the comb-crested Hakana, they can be quite different. Take a look at this. Look at that. What is going on there? I'll show you. So that's what the adults look like. Look at this! What's going on? Why so many legs? Those are little babies that are tucked up inside. I think maybe under the wings. So this is not one bird, this is a bunch. There's babies tucked up inside there. Oops, all legs, says Lee Lemon, yeah. They're so cool. They're so cool. The way they carry their babies is really interesting, and it makes them look like they're just sprouting legs all over the place. Yeah, really wild. Carrying chicks. There we go. So these are native to Australia. And the crazy long toes, like that spread there is bonkers. There's the babies. And then here they are. They're like fighter planes coming back to an aircraft carrier. That's mom or possibly dad, probably mom. Calling forth the babies. I wonder if she can fly while they're tucked in there. Probably not. She's got to extend her wings. That's so cool. So yeah. Really wild. And there's multiple species that do this. Here's the African ones doing that. Really cool. It's so neat. They're so strange. Yeah, very cool. And is it the males who do it? Huh. Yeah. So as you can see, they've got ridiculously long toes. Just crazy. Like longer than their body. Yeah. And they look so fragile, says Petrodactylus. I guess, but those evolved for, you know, they're like snowshoes for walking over, for preventing them from sinking down. They just spread those out and they're able to walk across these marshy habitats like that over lily pads and other water plants. Pretty neat. Like, what a cool adaptation. Yeah. Pretty awesome. So, comb-crested. Is it Jacana or Hakana? I still don't know. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life. Would be a fantastic reference for that. There you go, Petrodactylus. Yeah. It's always best to take inspiration from nature where you can. It just makes things so much more believable when you're doing creature designs. Jasana, thank you. Now, okay, Jasana is how you pronounce it. And do the hanging legs help with thermoregulation for babies in warmer climates? That would make sense, Golganek, I guess, but I don't know. And do they build nests? And do they carry their babies for protection or as an alternative for nesting behavior? That's a great question, Starma. I don't know the answer to that. I wonder if... Let's see if
the
this
water
is
lilies of northern billabongs in Australia.
Northern billabongs.
The feet have elongated phalanges or toe bones, and look at those toenails, they have never been trimmed. Kakadu, a national park wetlands in the Northern Territory.
Lenina says, I wonder if their young are precocial. Generally, for water birds, their young are precocial, as opposed to altricial. They think about baby ducks, baby geese, baby plovers or sandpipers or whatever. They're generally precocial, I think. Yeah.
And a billabong just outside of Normanton in far north Queensland. From here and several other places in the north, we are going to look at the jacana, the comb-crested jacana of Australia's tropical north.
Okay, jacana in Australia, that's the pronunciation anyway. Okay.
Wetlands of the tropics are very important for bird life. They are a source of food, and this is the reason most birds come to a billabong or a lagoon. Egrets fish, but in their spare time they do courtship flights.
I was gonna share this with you, but the share button, I guess, has been disabled by... Interesting. Well, here's a link. I can just copy and paste it out of the URL bar. There you go. Let's look them up on Wikipedia. And let's look into the reproductive behavior and stuff like that. Behavior. They build a flimsy nest on floating or emergent vegetation, in which the female lays 4 lustrous pale brown eggs covered by black markings. Only males incubate. The young hatch well developed, so they are precocial. And they soon leave the nest. Very cool. And they eat seeds and aquatic insects gleaned from floating vegetation on the water surface. Nice. Good stuff. Look at that bird. It's crazy phalanges on this bird. But very cool, Loon. It's good stuff. Thank you for posting. Lenina's got a video about 3 years old. I was sitting out in my parents' front yard with my dad, our favorite thing to do together. And the last thing we ever did before he passed. We watched a pair of crows take turns harassing a red-tailed hawk. They were relentless and continued for the entire time we were out there. It was nuts. Let's take a look. Sound up. Yeah, this mobbing behavior like that. Very cool. So crows are this mobbing behavior that they do. They'll harass birds of prey or other critters that they see as a threat, and they'll try and chase them off. So here's some doing that to, it's like a barn owl right there. There we go. Get out of here, Uncle Sam. So, crows will do this, but crows are sometimes on the receiving end of this kind of mobbing behavior, too. This morning, Lordy and I went out for a walk. We went to the post office, and we saw a mockingbird trying to drive off a crow. I'm guessing the mockingbird probably had a nest nearby. It was just going nuts, trying to scare away this crow. And the funny thing is, I saw the same exact thing, same two birds, I think, this morning, on my way back from the gym. Yeah. So I don't know, that crow is just being a real pest, and that mockingbird was not happy about it. Wasn't very successful in driving off the crow. So anyway, crows will drive off other birds that they see as threats, and other birds will try and drive them off too. It's usually the smaller birds that are mobbing a larger bird, like you see here. So yeah. We were out there for over half an hour, and they did not let up, says Lenina. I believe it. They can be persistent. So there they are there. You can see. Nice. Really cool. Thanks for sharing, Lenina. Good stuff. And what a cool memory with your dad. Nice. Well, let's jump from the comb-crested jacana to American crow. There we go. Yeah, there we go. Corvus brachyrhynchos. You're related to the other corvids. So, rooks, ravens, jackdaws, and jays are part of this group if we zoom out a little further. Yeah, crows, ravens, and jackdaws. Magpies and jays. And crows and ravens and everybody else too. Very cool stuff. Thank you, Lenina, for posting. Debleg FR says they are called a murder for a reason. I guess that's the funny thing, is that you don't often actually hear that term from ornithologists. People who actually study birds don't normally use that. They'll say a flock of crows. They don't normally say a murder of crows. Same goes for just about every other There's an article from the National Audubon Society about those kind of cutesy names for different groups of animals. Yeah. As a lifelong birder, I've never once used parliament for owls or murder for crows of anything of the sort, or ever heard anyone else use them. A group of birds, any birds, is a flock. Yeah. Anyhow, so while sometimes in the general public, people will try and use these obscure, cutesy names for different groups of animals, you know, a chain of bobolinks, a rumba of rattlesnakes, a congress of salamanders, these are not terms that anybody ever actually really uses. Yeah. Yeah, do you ever refer to a group of wombats as a wisdom? Dr. Lindsay Hogan, Australian marsupial biologist. Wombats do not form groups in the wild. So sometimes there's like names for groups of animals that don't even form groups. They're solitary. Yeah. Yeah. Anyhow. Take a look at that article. It's hopefully not to, I'm not here to ruin anybody's fun. I'm not trying to do that. I just want you to be aware that if you go and memorize each of these terms for different groups of animals, thinking that this is some sort of legitimate knowledge, it's and it actually isn't really. Pretty much the only places that those obscure terms exist is in books that are filled with obscure terms and trivia and stuff. That those names don't really exist in the real world. Like, nobody actually really calls groups of animals that. So anywho, yeah. Anywho, yeah. There you go, Cacklinsworth, yeah. Having a group discussion, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, or in pub quizzes, exactly, Nell. Yeah, good point. Yeah. It does bug me like that, because I've done, we call it bar trivia here in the States, and it's always aggravating when there's some sort of a trivia question about animals in particular, and then you answer with the correct answer, and they go, oh, no, this trivia book says blah, blah, blah. Like, no, that's not actually correct. It's really disheartening sometimes when you know more than the people in charge of the bar trivia. I've encountered this before. I hate that, says Lady. Yeah, because you... And sometimes that makes the difference between your team winning and losing, because the people setting up the trivia just have bad information. It happens. Yeah. And Starma says, how long ago did the American crow split off from the Eurasian one? Let's take a look at that. We might have a time here. American crow, Corvus brachyrhynchos. Northwestern crow, Corvus caurinus. Carrion crow, Flores crow, brown-necked raven. Eurasian crow. Eurasian jackdaw. Over here, Corvus monodula. If that's what you're talking about, then would it be maybe over 10 million years ago that they split? Yeah. Anyhow, yeah. It might just be... The reason why they might look so similar is because to us they look like they're all black. But to other crows and ravens, they can see more colors in there.
We have much to learn about the age of reptiles.
Upsilo NV, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to have you here. Or is it Upsilon V? Either way, I'm glad you're here. Welcome to Paleontologizing. There's a certain kind of like iridescence that you have in the feathers of birds like this that to us just looks black, or maybe like vaguely purple or something. But that's because our eyes can't perceive as many colors as the eyes of birds. Birds can see partway into the ultraviolet spectrum. Where we see like a faint shimmering iridescence, they're actually perceiving colors that we can't even imagine. Because they have tetrachromatic vision. They have different kinds of color cells in their eyes that we as mammals do not have. So, it's pretty neat to think about. Yeah. Aw, Mini Pie. I'll spend some quality time with you here in a minute, but we gotta finish Thursday BIRDSday here. I'm sorry, Minnie. No, you're a little starved for attention right now. Yeah. Oh, yeah, I know. I know. Yeah. 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 There you go. Yeah, good stuff. Let's continue. Sparky Pugwash has got a gull for us. I think he is a seagull, says Sparky Pugwash. Some kind of gull, yeah. A member of Laridae, I'll say that. And Nell has got, well, some very surprising birds spotted in town. I don't know why they're up on display, but these seem to be here for quite a while yet. Yeah, it's not an avian dinosaur, but we've got some non-avian dinosaurs here, and is that supposed to be a Dilophosaurus? Somebody give that theropod a sandwich. It's wasting away. Shoot. Sauropod there. Oh, that's supposed to be Dilophosaurus. Oh boy. Yeah, it's wearing the cone of shame. That's no good. Yeah. That's the Allosaurus now. This one here? Oof. Again, somebody give that Allosaurus a sandwich. It's malnourished. And that poor Dilophosaurus just... Yeah. But thank you for posting, though. Got a very enthusiastic-looking Tyrannosaur here. Exuberant, even. And we've got a very naked Oviraptorosaur there. Sitting on some eggs. And a Hypsilophodont. Very cool. Those are fun. Thank you, Nell, for posting. Yeah. Good stuff. Red Dog 176 has got a solitary sandpiper at our pond today. Nice. Just enjoying some solitude there. Go for them. Yeah. Nice. Neverwinter's got an orchard oriole, Icterus spurious. Nice. That's beautiful. At Newtown Meadow Preserve in May 2021. A common visitor to southeastern Pennsylvania during spring migration. It's distinguishable from the Baltimore oriole by the darker shade of orange under its breast. Nice. Very cool. Lifer number 214 there. New bird species for Neverwinter. Very, very nice. Lovely. What are you doing, Mini Pie? What are you doing? Yeah. What? What are you doing? She just wants all the cuddles. She just wants all of them. Huh. Yeah. Oh, okay. We can spend some quality time together in a little bit, but we gotta get through this. Lady Fiend has got a bird feeder there. Spot any birds? I don't know if I see any. If I get your tail off the keyboard. What? Stop. Oh. Nice, Lady Fiend. Nice. This is at a friend's house on April 20th. I didn't get a chance to post it earlier. You will need to zoom in. Well, let's do that. Open image in new tab. Do I see a bird? Oh, right there. Yeah, it looks like a goldfinch, possibly. That's my guess. Maybe a lesser goldfinch? Yeah. Very cool. Thanks for posting. And look right. Haven't seen anybody else off to the right, but I'm seeing what looks like a goldfinch there. Maybe. Yeah. There we go. Lesser goldfinch could be one of these guys. There's a female. And there's a male. I betcha that's a male lesser goldfinch. That's my guess. Male or maybe immature. Yeah, that's my guess. Thanks for posting. Lady Feet, good stuff. And I took this a long time back, says Sketchy Tracks. That is a kingfisher right there. What a beautiful bird. It looks like it's next to a bottle brush tree on the left. Very cool, but what kind of kingfisher is this? It's really pretty. Huh. Let's look up kingfishers here. So the kookaburra is a kind of kingfisher. It's actually the world's largest kingfisher species. But there's kingfishers there. 93 species. Holy cow, that's a lot. And ours here, blue back, dark band on the wing, orangish reddish bill. Man, the bill on that bird. Yeah, I don't know what kind it might be. There's so many. An Indian kingfisher. Very cool, Sketchy Tracks. All right. Get to know India's kingfishers. Kingfishers are so cool. They're really neat. Could it be this kind? Black-capped kingfisher? That's a possibility. Maybe. I don't know, actually. Brown-breasted kingfisher, says Nell. I think that might be it. Brown-breasted kingfisher. Nice. I think that's it. Brown-winged kingfisher? I don't know. Anyway, very cool stuff. Thank you for posting their Sketchy Tracks. Lovely. Yeah. Very cool. Steely Dan's got some grackles staring up at the sky and looking goofy. They are looking goofy. Mean goofs. Sorry, goofs, I think, is the plural. The plural of goof is goofs, right? These grackle goofs. They're squaring off, says Lena. They might be. Yeah, doing the kind of like display thing. Let's show off our throats, try to look as big as possible, scare each other off. Their fitness display, it might be Mayor Space, yeah. Kind of like we see, theropod dinosaurs are often reconstructed doing similar things like that. Yeah. Because that's what we see in modern theropods, and these grackles might be doing that right here. Very cool. Generally, that's enough to decide a winner without a full-on dinosaur fight. There you go, Lena. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Guiber said trip to the Pinnacles, got to see a local galah on the drive around them. Although we did have plenty at home too. Nice. And look at this. This Australian bird just hanging out here on this geological wonder. Pretty neat. What a cool bird in a cool spot. This is lovely. Yeah. Love a galah, though, says Rushwing. I learned how to pronounce it here on stream a few years back. Lovely critters. Thank you, Guiber, for posting. And Rainstorm First says, I have no idea what this bird was, but I managed to take this photo a few days ago here in South Sweden during sunset. Ah, yes. This is the, shoot, what is it called? But this is the bird that, that carries the sun in the sky and makes it day or night. Very cool that you're able to catch it on camera. It's fairly elusive, but, that's why we have day and night, is because this giant bird carries the sun with its talons. I'm guessing it's some kind of gull. The Swedish sun eagle. There you go, Marispace. Yeah. Yeah. From Swedish mythology. And Swedish reality. Also thinking gull, salamander? Yeah. That's a lovely photo. I really like this. Yeah. The sunbird, says Ms. Rules. Yeah. Actually, sunbird is probably a kind of real bird. Let's search that. Sunbird. Sunbirds. There we go. Oh, these have the coolest names. The thick-billed spider hunter. Purple-naped sunbird. The lesser planet eater. I just made that one up, but, yeah. Debleg says the gull is trying to eat the sun. Thinking big, yeah. The gulls can be fairly greedy. If one were big enough, it might try and eat the sun. Mr. Burns would be proud. Why stop at fries? You can have a whole star. There you go, Devleg, yeah. Yeah. Maybe then you can become a black hole of a bird and you can consume so much that, like, not even light can escape. And I'm sure there's some french fries in there that you'll be engulfing. Yeah. Yeah. The sun being double under the bird? That was not due to my camera. The sun actually was like that. Got more photos of it. Very cool. Brainstorm. That's really neat. This is beautiful. Well done. A lovely Thursday BIRDSday photo. Now, next up, Nilf, for our final one, has got a Wilson's plover chick. This is the earliest we've had one by 5 weeks. Nice. That's that we've seen one in over 10 years on surveys. They are precocious at birth. Nice. Yeah. Very cool, Nilf. Wilson's plover. Gull thing. There you go, XVR, yeah. Yeah. Wilson's plover there. Not the most photogenic of birds. A little blurry. We love it anyway. Charadrius wilsonia. Very nice, Nelf. Very, very nice indeed. And, ladies and gents and NBs, that concludes Thursday BIRDSday for the week. Congrats, everybody. Celebrating our widespread and diverse living theropods. Pretty neat. What a joy to be able to share that with everybody. And with that, it's time to wrap up today's stream. So let's put an Archaeopteryx here under our credits. There we go. Let's see who else is live on Twitch at the moment, whom we might raid into. Let's go raid it into Science Streams, because I don't know if we'll be able to raid into Science tomorrow. I will be streaming again tomorrow, by the way. This is not the last stream of the week like it usually is. Got a special Friday stream tomorrow. We're going to be playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, rather, Who Wants to Be a Paleontologist? Chat trivia game. It's going to be a lot of fun. Don't miss it. Thank you to everybody appearing there in our credits. Followers, subscribers, cheerers, gifters, moderators. Thank you. I don't know if we'll get to our sub goal this week, but I really appreciate the support today. We're doing a lot better than we were earlier. And I appreciate the support. I'm going to miss everybody when I'm on vacation next week. No streams next week, but hopefully partially making up for that with a bonus stream tomorrow on Friday. Tune in for that. Should be a lot of fun. Till then, everybody, you all take care of yourselves, and let's go raid into Science Streams. I'll see you there.